Hello there, my name is Bruce Rain from Breakers Creations. Welcome to the live stream today. As you can tell, I am still a little bit croaky, but getting better. I even went out for dinner last night, so yeah. Excuse me, and thank you to everyone for joining. I will do my normal thing here and say a little quick hello to people. Hello to Charlie Sybert. Is it Sybert or Sibert? I don't know. I'm not sure. I've probably known before. I've probably been told and forgotten. That's just what I do. Hello, Jack68K, Apples Anonymous, Obsidian Xenon, Foxhound 477, Steve from Mac84, Standard Deviation, Kai Robinson is here, Roger Salter, The Orchard, excuse me, Enzo Fitzhume, Colin from This Does Not Compute, Sean Action Retro, Dana does stuff. Dana is doing stuff. Joe Williams, Francois Revol, it's probably Revol, I don't know. Quicksilver Oz, Charlie Gellar. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing your surname right, Charlie. Sorry about that. Tev Rudin. Started getting very distracted during this, so I probably missed people. Chris Angelis, Chip Akonect, 8WT, Max Button, Cosmo Kramer. There we go. I think I got everyone. If I missed someone, I do apologize. Mystery Margot, I missed you. Hello there. Thomas Armstrong, I missed you as well. Hello. ASM 2750. I think I got everyone. I apologize if I didn't. Say hello again if I missed someone. Pretty close. Gellar. Okay, so quick little bit of background. There's a lot to cover, so I figure I'll try and just get into this as quick as possible without me rabbiting on. So, this was sent to me by Kai. Kai Robinson, who we all know from the Macintosh SE Reloaded and the Macintosh Classic Reloaded board. Now, here's something really important, is this is not actually one of his creations. There is sort of some confusion sometimes about who made what board. So, for instance, Kai did the Macintosh SE Reloaded, but there's also an SE30 Reloaded, and that was, of course, done by someone completely different. That was done by Bolle. Many people may know Bolle, and this is another one of Bolle's creations. Now, one of the things that is a little bit different about this compared to the ones that Kai has done virtual carbon copies of the boards. He's made them pretty much exactly as they were, maybe a little bit more generous on the size of some of the pads and stuff like that to make it easier to solder, that sort of stuff. But on the whole, they're largely sort of just carbon copies from the original. What Bolle did with this is he basically got the schematics from Beaumark. If people aren't familiar with those, they were some hand-drawn, reverse-engineered schematics that were sort of floating around for ages. And initially, you could actually buy them, and then now they've become available. They're just out there. And there is a Beaumark a schematic for the TWEEZERS. However, when he went to go build it, he actually found there were a few fairly important things missing from it. But what he did is he went and recreated that schematic. Based on the Beaumark one, and then from that schematic then went to go and create this board. But he did something interesting. Rather than just try and copy it, which of course is very difficult to do with the TWEEZERS, because the TWEEZERS is a 6-layer board. So it's those inside layers aren't just like power and ground, which are really easy to find. Some of them are actually data lines inside, so that becomes very, very difficult to then recreate. So what he did is he's recreated this as a 4-layer board. And so obviously now that means it is cheaper to produce, because you can, go to someone like PCBWay and no one else, and you can get a board like this sort of made up, and it's going to cost less than having it as a 6-layer board. Now, the downside to that is that not everything is in exactly the same position. So we will have to, of course, be very vigilant when we're doing this stuff, making sure that we're putting things in the right place, because it is all labelled, but we just have to keep in mind that they may not necessarily be in exactly the same location from the old board to the new board. So anyhow, that is... I don't think I said hello to Steve from Mac84. Hello, Steve from Mac84. Isn't that terrible? What was the dinner of choice? The dinner of choice for me last night was Singaporean food. So we actually went out to Parramatta, which is sort of like a a second city in Sydney. So you've got the city of Sydney, and then this sort of Parramatta is like a little bit further west, a lot closer to where I live. In actual fact, it's a 12-minute train ride. So, and we went and had some Singaporean food. So beautiful curry and some fish sambal and some roti and some rice and yummy. So anyhow, and there's Ruben Mejia. Hello there. And all we need now is the ability to recreate Macintosh ASICs. Yes, I know. One of the things that actually is really important with these recreations is there are quite a lot of proprietary chips on these that we have to bring across from the original board. You can't really create a computer from scratch. You can create a lot of it from scratch, but not all of it. And in this instance, we're going to have donor boards to bring across. ADB MCU is reverse engineered. I love all this reverse engineering that's going on at the moment. Have you been to Frankie B's in Parramatta? I can't say have. If Frankie B's is the loud one, isn't it? Is that the one that's on the main drag or the main part of Church Street? The Eat Street along there, and it's like there's always loud music playing. Is that Frankie B's? I actually went to Temasek, so Temasek is actually not in the main part of Parramatta. It's a little bit further out. It's in a little alleyway. It's a little sort of hidden gem. Got a write up in the paper the other day actually because it's such a tasty, nice restaurant. Really fast service, cheap and cheerful. BYO grog, so that's fantastic. Got done eating a turkey sandwich. Oh, I like that. I like a turkey sandwich. And bell peppers. That's what we call capsicum over here. Probably yes. I actually did the sound system there. You should have made it quieter. It drives me insane. Anyhow, so here I am. I've now just started talking about what I ate for dinner last night. So sorry about that. I've already gone on a tangent. So anyhow, Bolle went and recreated this board, and this is one of the first ones he actually ended up getting made up, and he sent one of these to Kai, which is very nice of Bolle to do so. But one of the problems is that this one is not the finished revision. This is an earlier revision, and there will need to be a few little bodge wires put on, but Bolle has given me all that information, so I know what to do, and we are probably a bit of a way away from that stage anyway. Now, to start off with, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you this screen here. Here is the old 68K MLA. The enemy. But anyhow, Bolle has basically talked about this project and talked about what he has done and talked about the changing things, making it so that they are, look at that, wow, spaghetti. Making it so that they are, it's a 4-layer board instead of a 6. It took him a lot of time to get it happening. But this is the cleverness going on here, and I love it. And so I will put a link to this in the comments if anyone wants to. I don't think I did put a link, but if anyone wants to go in and read his journey of building this. But then here is the PCB, and then here is his initial build, and then of course discovering that there were a couple of little things that he needed to sort out. And then here is his not so happy. Want to know how the Beaumark schematics indicate this should be hooked up to the main system reset? They friggin' don't. Instead, there's just a single line drawn to the parity generator. If they would have just let it out, I would have left it out. I would have investigated and noticed it while drawing the schematic. So unfortunately, it was this mistake, and we've got a little WTF man. So that is part of this. You can see he's got a great big Y. If we just bring that up large, he has got a great big Y running across the new bus slots there. So, but anyhow, we will soldier on and we'll get this done. And of course, as you know, I am the king of bodge wires, so I don't really see I'll have any problems with that. I still actually have the original Macintosh Classic that I built, that sort of from that original live stream where I did the Classic Reloaded. It was one of my most watched live streams. That one, I still have that, and it still functions, and it's still got all the bodge wires on it, but it works beautifully, so that's a bit of fun. I'll auction it off one day for millions of dollars. So let's just go now to the top view and let's have a look at this beautiful big purple border. I've zoomed out a little bit so we can see as much of it as possible. I can zoom out more, but if I zoom out any more, you're going to be looking at my legs. No one wants to see that. I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat here because I have just gone off there. Hello to KMac Vintage. Welcome. Just looking. Just looks like people are talking about the technical stuff. Yes, SadMac356. Hello there. The Fixer 69. Hello. Here for just a little. Okay. Yes. It must. Yeah. This is actually one of the things that I said to Bolle when I was told him when I was going to be live streaming, and he said, "Oh, that's right in the middle of the night for me. I'm not going to be able to join." And I said, "Yeah, look, I do apologise, but the majority of my viewers are in the US, so I do tend to time these at a time that works for me and also works for people to watch in the US. It's about a little after 11 a.m. here at the moment on Sunday." Beautiful day, I must say. It's supposed to get a top of 25 degrees C out west here, so that will be nice, especially considering it's autumn. Styri Flux, we're going to be using that as we're building this today. Flux is incredibly important with doing this sort of stuff, and I'll demonstrate that as we go, but my flux of choice is Styri, and you'll find links in the description for for the Styri store, as well as a discount code if you want to buy some. I also have a review on all the different types of flux that I tried from Styri, and I've picked my favourite. Bruce's winter is still hotter than our spring summer. Yeah, it still does get pretty warm here. I mean, we sort of having 4 seasons here kind of doesn't really make sense. I mean, we virtually just have a hot and a cold, and that's not cold. It's not even really that cold anyway, but anyhow, look, these are wonderful. When you hold these, I mean, it's just wonderful to be holding a brand spanking new blank board. And I will be getting one of these myself, but what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to just get the Gerber files off GitHub. There's a link in the description to the GitHub repository too, by the way, so if people want to do this, you can get the Gerbers. I'm tempted to get the Gerbers and actually get a run of them done, and then I might just, contact a few of my Australian friends and see if there's anyone who wants a board and we can share the cost, that sort of thing. Or, something along those lines, because I do actually have a very badly battery damaged 2FX, and I think it will probably be easier to move it onto here. Today, what I'm probably going to be doing is this side here. This is the back. Let's have a look at the front. The front's much prettier, as you can see, because we've got all these... but the back is where I'll probably be spending most of my time today. We're going to be moving a lot of the little bird seed here, or the passives, as they refer to them. The special tech people say, the passives. Hello, Jay from the House of Moth. Welcome. No, it's not done, but, Now, I have 2 donor boards supplied by Kai. I'm going to bring these out now so that we can have a look at them. One's worse than the others. This is the particularly bad one on the top here. As you can see, there's quite a lot missing across the top here. I don't know if that was raided or it's just fallen off from corrosion or whatever the case may be. Now, timer starts now, yes. So what we don't have is this little guy here. I believe everything else is present, either on one or on another board. But what we don't have here is this little RAM 43256 UD16. It's missing from this one and this one, obviously lost from battery damage. So we will have to get one of those, and I believe Kai has already ordered them or already has them in his possession, and he's going to shoot a couple across to me so that I can do that. Now, if they don't arrive in a timely fashion, I can always pop one of these off. Either I've got a 2FX battery bomb board, and assuming mine isn't destroyed, which it probably is anyway, but never mind. But the other thing is, of course, I do have another working board of Kai's here, 2FX here. I can always just borrow it from that for the purpose of testing them, plonk it back on again. I'm doing so again. So everyone, start the drinking game. Remember, grab a drink every time I say the word so. It is my version, I guess, of even though I say as well. I sort of say so to fill in a gap. So, sorry about that. I've already said it like about 5 times, so it's going to be quite the drinking game. One of the great things about the 2FX board is it is designed so that it can take either tantalum capacitors or electrolytic capacitors. You'll see each of these here have two separate sets of pads. They have the wide ones here for the tant, and then they have the smaller ones here for electrolytics. So when I get hold of one of these boards, if it's one that actually has electrolytic caps on them, I can take those off and then stick the tantalums onto the tantalum pad. What I will also say is there is a capacitor up here. I believe it's this one here. I highly recommend putting a higher voltage rated cap in that position there. That one gets a little bit of intense action, and I have actually had one of those blow up on me while I was working on a computer. So this is a 4716. I would recommend maybe stick a 4725 on that one, or you could even stick an electrolytic, maybe what do you call it? One of those hybrid ones, the hybrid electrolytic caps. Stick one on there, 25 volt. They're apparently more resistant to voltage fluctuations. So that would be my recommendation to anyone who is recapping a 2FX board. This one, as I say, is missing quite a bit and is a bit of a mess. This one here, not so bad. And I think we'll probably do most of the component removal. There's a bodge wire here. What's all that about? Is that part of the battery damage? I guess so. But as you can see, we're missing that. Now we're missing these switches. We've got those here. And we're missing... No, it's held on with hot glue. We've got... but that is the real-time clock crystal. That's the time crystal that runs at, I don't know what it is, 34 point... I don't know. It's the one that's used to keep time. So it's a real-time clock there. There's a little crystal there. And then we're probably missing some diodes. Yeah, we've got some diodes that have fallen off, but they're so... I keep spares of those anyway. Both of those boards came in the 2FX I got from Bolle. Bolle? What is Bolle? What have I done? If I took a drink every time you said so, if I don't die from alcohol poisoning, I'll be broke from having to keep buying alcohol. I am sorry that I keep doing it. And I became very well aware of it in my last live stream, and I don't like it, and I do want to try and stop. But at the moment, we just have to accept that I do it quite a bit. It's taken a RAM slot off already of this. So these are the, what are they, 64 pin, I think. These are 64 pin slots. These are the same size as the ROM slots for the SE30 and some of the other ones with ROMs. Removable ROMs. So I'm going to try and take these off. These are all nice and pristine, so I'll try and remove those. When I did my two live streams ago, I was using a heated plate. It's going to get bad, isn't it? It's going to get 64 pin SIM, 68 pin SIM is ROM and VRAM. So these aren't this. I always thought these were exactly the same as the ones for the SE30 ROM. They're not, aren't they? ROM is 64. Oh, okay, I am right. Good, thank you. Thank you, good. And so they are. So these are. Here's an SE30 ROM, and I think technically, you don't do this, but I think technically you can actually, you can put them in and they fit. I will take these off from this one, but when I was working on my with the hot plate, this soldering hot plate, which gets up to very high temperatures, and you can then just put a board on them, and then that will melt all the solder, and then you can lift things off it. What I did discover is, if you're going to do that, be sure to bend all these pins straight before you do. So there'll be a bit of that going on, but we won't be doing that part just yet. We're just going to be doing the birdseed today, I think. There is another thing I want to show you. And Kai, check this out. I don't know if you have one of these, but I bought a whole bunch of Dremel bits yesterday from my local hardware store. Big shout out to Bunnings. And I bought this. 2 finishing abrasive buffs. Okay? And I don't know, they were about $14 or something. It's expensive here in Australia, so it's probably cheaper in other parts of the world, but... Now, which one? These boards, you don't mind if I take some of the solder mask off this board, do you, Kai? You're okay with that? I figured you probably, it doesn't matter, these boards are probably just going to get disposed of. I'm not going to destroy them, I'm just going to take some of the solder mask off. Is that, do I get the green light for that, Kai? I just want to show you this amazing thing that I did buy it. They're donors, so we're good. So here it is. Here's the thing. Here. Little abrasive buff, they call it. And it attaches onto one of these quick release things that you get for the Dremels. There, it's a little metal thing like that. And we'll just push it in and turn. And I'm going to do a little bit of zoomage here to show you this. Right. Now this is pretty noisy, I do apologise. I won't mute it, but I just let people get on your volume controls. So. Oh, and it gets faster while it's running as well, so don't ask me why. So, here's solder mask, here's my abrasive buff, check this out. It does an absolutely stellar job of getting mask off. So or corrosion as well for that matter. So if you have a, you know, sort of a board like the SE30 I was working on the other day, and you're trying to get some of that mask off, it's absolutely amazing. I'm trying not to breathe it in. Right. It leaves the copper, well, it polishes the copper. It makes it look all shiny. So that's something. Alright, so this is the one we're going to be using as our donor for the birdseed on the bottom. And I think we can probably actually just get started. This one, I did get a warning from Bolle that these boards are a little bit on the heat resistant side. So we might have to be a little bit careful with these. He said if you hit them with too much heat, they warp. Now, I do like to use hot air for doing these sorts of things, so I'm going to be very wary to start off with. And if it does look like we're having problems, then I will have to not use hot air. But we'll just try a few here to start off with, and we'll see how we go. I think probably the easiest way to do this is kind of like one board on top of the other, like this. For the moment, anyway, until I can't do that anymore. And we'll just bring these across from there to there. This board is very big. My desk is very small. You see the conundrum. So I'm going to start this with just my special goggles. These are the ones that have a little bit of magnification on the bottom here. So I'll probably be putting my head into the camera a bit. So sorry about that. Nate's here. Hello there, Nate. It doesn't count if I say so that's something. If I say so in proper context, if I say something like, this is a difficult job, so we'll take our time. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. It's only if I kind of start my sentence or pause and then start a sentence with so. So, yeah. Wait till Bolle does a 950 related. Wowzers. Yeah. Gosh. Imagine doing it for like the more modern ones, like I don't know, something like a 7300 or something like that. 'Cause God, there's a lot of components on those. Means a shot of whiskey. Sure, why not? I have turned on the soldering iron. It's on. It's in sleep mode, but it's on. So calm down. All right. Let's start getting these ready to go. What I will be doing is I'll just get these pads prepped, and I'm going to prep them by putting a little bit of solder on them, and then I'm just going to lift these off and plonk them on. And we'll do them one at a time. We'll just see how it goes, and then we can say we've started, and a job started is a job half done, so that means it's time for a break. All right. So, getting a little bit of solder on here. I would normally do this with a magnifying glass, but today I am not. I may later on. Sorry, the microscope, not magnifying glass. We'll see how we go. Right, so I've just done those ones. Then I'm going a little bit of stirry flux. This board is going to be covered in flux by the time I'm finished, but that's okay. It will get cleaned. Flux, 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 flux. No, I'm not swearing. Dirty mind. And we get some tweezers, and then we start moving these across. Technically, you should probably use a bit of flux on this as well. It does aid in the removal of components and makes that solder usually melt a little bit easier. Got all these bent pins here that I'm going to have to unbend before I get these new bus slots off. Too bad this doesn't fit in a VVOR 30 litre. Yes, it does. Absolutely does fit in a VVOR 30 litre. A Quadra 950, a 9500, they fit into a VVOR 30 litre. So they're definitely the business. I've definitely cleaned plenty of 2s, 2Xs, 2IIfx's in the VVOR 30 litre ultrasonic cleaner. Anyone who has interest in ultrasonic cleaners, not only have I reviewed this 30 litre, which you'll find in the product reviews playlist of my channel, I have built a couple of ultrasonic cleaners, so check that out. Stirry. Right, now that one there is R216, so let's get a bit of an R216. I'll move the mouse out of the way. There's component adhesive on these, so they're going to take a little bit of coaxing to remove, like that. R216. C 15555555. Up. Don't you run away. One, 4, 3. $131. Right. So there we go. First 5 components moved across. Oopsie. They all pale compared to the Brankus home-built ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah, well, technically now I have 4 ultrasonic cleaners. I sort of have 5, but I loaned one to my cousin. I don't know if he uses it. I've got my 10 litre VVOR here. Most of the board, that one's the one that gets most of the use, because most of the boards I have fit in that. So I go with the smaller tank because it heats quicker. And I have a little heater that heats even faster. I drop in there a little submersible heater. So there's that one. Then there's the 30 litre here. And then I've got the one that I built. And that one I think that's about 28 litres or something, but it's very flat. Wide and flat. And then I've got the laundry ultrasonic cleaner, which I built. That one is currently only running 10 out of the 12 transducers, because one of the transformery things, whatever they're called, one of them, the cooling fan on it failed, and that then resulted in the board failing. So I've got to get a new one. I might actually order that today, because I want to get it back up to full speed, because it's a good one. This is it here. And all the warning signs were there. I feel so stupid. This is it here. I had connected it up and I started hearing funny sounds coming from the fan. And so I've sort of gave the fan a bit of a push, and it's like, oh yeah, it's spinning now. Okay, that's all fine. And then it failed. And I could tell exactly where it had failed because I used my thermal camera and I could actually see a little dot of heat coming in one of these transformers. So what it's meant is one of those transformers has overheated, that's caused the coating on the wire to melt, and then it's created a point of contact on the transformer. I could unwrap and rewrap these transformers, but it sucks. It sucks doing that. I've done it before and it sucks. If I can possibly do it without having to do that, I'd be a happy chappy. New retro repair, hello there. Changes in how much force they could take with different bonding methods. That was a fun watch. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, and of course it decided then for me how I make an ultrasonic cleaner from now on. And that is, I make it by using solder. So you use silver solder to get it stuck to the bottom of the tank. It's incredibly strong, incredibly durable. And it worked an absolute treat with the laundry one. And that one, I built it very much to my own sort of design. I built it, so first of all, it has a little meter on it that tells me how much power it's using. And I can figure out how much power it should be using. And so if it's a little bit over, I can sort of go, oh, something's not right here. And I built switches so that I can switch. I've got a timer switch on it, a rotary timer switch on it, but then I've also got switches where I can individually switch on or off different transducers. So it's worked out really well. It's a very functional piece of equipment now. At the moment, the only problem is it's only got 10 out of the 12 transducers, but it still works. I just fill it up with less water. So, all right, let's power it on and see if it works. No, I'm just joking, of course. This is. I'm just going to check this now because Bolle did say that heat can warp this board. It doesn't look warped, so I'm going to consider that as long as I don't go stupid with the heat, I'm probably going to be okay. So, so. Everyone drinking? As my good friend used to say when we used to get together for a social occasion, he would say, "Don't forget to drink." We're Australian, so drinking's kind of very much part of the culture, rightly or wrongly. I mean, seriously. You go somewhere, and someone says, "Oh, I'm not going to have a drink," and yeah, I'm not drinking tonight, and you're likely to get, were you pregnant? Not condoning it. Oh, you know what? This fume extractor works a lot better if you turn it on. That's a little tip for you. I brought some of these along in case I need some sustenance. I've got the old Arnott's Shapes, barbecue shapes here. Oven baked, not fried. So this is here for my sustenance, because this is going to be a long live stream. In case I need it, I've got my shapes. Chris Blanchard, hello there. I don't believe I've said hello to you yet. I do have a C64 that needs troubleshooting. I didn't actually have a C64 in my family. We had a Dick Smith VZ200, which broke, and then we got a VZ300, which was based on the laser computer. But my cousins, who actually lived just up the road from me when I was growing up, they had a I think it was a Commodore 64. I'm pretty sure it was a Commodore 64. And of course, there were some game cartridges for that as well. We didn't have cartridges. Well, we did. We had a RAM expansion cartridge. But for us, all the games were on tapes. I recognize the Cotto fume extractor hose when I see it. Indeed, you will find links to this in the description for buying from Amazon. My God, that's dirty. From buying from Amazon, because this is, in my opinion, one of the best and most reasonably priced fume extractors out there. I actually have the base of it mounted underneath the desk, and then I have a hole in the desk for the hose to go down. So that's why I have to lean down like this to switch it on. It is in arm's reach, but I've got to be sitting in the chair here. And I can then just fire it up, and it's got a little filter inside. I'm actually thinking that one day I might modify it and make it so that the fumes are actually being sent outside, but in the meantime. You mentioning the Dick Smith reminded me, anyone wanting a Z80 CPU has a month left to place an order as they're being end-of-lifed by Zilog after 48 years. That is impressive. We probably just need to buy a whole bunch of them, don't we, just in case. Mr. Tech Gadget, hello there. Let's bring some components across, otherwise we will be here forever. Turn on. Hurry up. R46, for anyone who's following along at home. They're not in the same position. Not that it matters, they're both the same resistance. I'm off camera here, sorry. Sorry. Apparently, Mike from Mike's... well, not apparently. Mike from Mike's Mac Shack was streaming before I streamed. I think he finished before I did. And apparently his stream was cursed. Apparently the screen kept on refreshing and bringing up my live stream or something. That was not me. I did not do that. And I also didn't get to see the end because I was having to prep for my own live stream. So I don't even know if the Macintosh SE got up and running. So I'll have to find that out later on. Watch the end of it. £9? That's a lot. Huh. Sorry, yeah, so the 85C30. That's the SCSI chip, isn't it? Is that the SCSI chip? Sorry about my voice going up. A little bit croaky from this cold. C113. I have to do something about this camera, don't I? Because I'm not on camera all the time. Should we change over to the microscope? I'm just worried that might be a little bit difficult. I just love this flux, by the way. I know I go on about it a fair bit, but I just love using this flux. It is just such a good flux. For a while there, I was actually running low on flux. As it turns out, I wasn't. I actually had a full tube that was buried under stuff on my desk, which I found recently, which is it's always a nice little surprise. But anyhow, I was using lots of other fluxes during that time because I had a whole bunch here from a test that I had done earlier on. So I had a whole bunch of fluxes here, and I thought, I was just going to get these done and use them and get them out of the way. One of them I ended up using once and then throwing it away because it was so bad. But the other ones I've just been using them. I was like, yeah, just keep using them up. And then I go back to this and I'm like, it's so good. That's why I like it so much. I might have to zoom out a bit here. Sorry, guys. It's just that I just want you guys to be able to try and see as much as you can of what I'm doing. Yeah, well, this will definitely use a lot of flux. Thankfully, I have a lot. As I have shown in many of my live streams before. Dear. I actually, Stiri, the company that make this flux, they actually featured that photo on their Facebook page. Because I had a photo of that from my Facebook page. I posted it and said, "Hey, I have a flux problem." Just adding a little bit more solder to this over here. Do. Which flux is that? Okay, this is the one I'm using here today is Stiri ASM Tacky Flux. Now, I did do a review on a lot of the different Stiri fluxes recently, and I think it's in the featured videos of my YouTube channel. And while there were many fluxes that I did enjoy, that I did really like the way they functioned, this one here is the best bang for buck. This one here is a brilliant flux, and it is one of the cheaper ones that they make. It has two drawbacks. Drawback number one is the fumes on this you really don't want to be inhaling. So you need fume extraction for these. Okay, I'm not saying you're going to just instantly drop dead, but there are chemicals in this that you definitely want going in a fume extractor and not in your lungs. That's drawback number one. Drawback number two is that it does take a bit of cleaning to get it off. But that doesn't bother me because I have the ultrasonic cleaner to do that for me. If you're someone who does want one that's very easy to clean off, then I would recommend something like this. Costs a little bit more. But this Hydra MA Tachyflux, this was one of the ones that came right at the top of my list, but it is a little bit more expensive. But this is a fantastic flux, and it washes off really easily. And then, of course, if you want one that's a little bit better for your health, in that if you do get a little bit of it up your nose, it's not that bad, the old Styri V3, that one is, not only does it smell like what we call fairy floss, but what is it, cotton candy, this one is the chemicals aren't as bad in this, but this is also an incredibly good performing flux. And then the pick for me, the one that I liked the most, was this one here, Styri LED. I loved the way this flux performed, but a little bit more expensive than the others. So, okay. Thank you for that post there, Jay. I'm just going to have a quick little check here because this OBS doesn't tell me how many people are watching, so I'm going to just jump across here to see that I know how many people are actually watching. It looks like we're floating on around about just over 50, so to everyone who is watching, I do thank you for joining. Thank you very much for that new retro repair. And I should actually mention, there are links in the description to the flux I use, but more importantly, there is a link to the Styri shop and a discount code, 10% discount code, if you want to buy some from the shop. Oh, who's playing with their brakes? Went to replace brake pads today. Jay's playing with brakes. I'm missing it. I'm missing Jay playing with brakes because I'm live streaming. Right, let's keep going, shall we? And try and get this happening a little bit faster than I am at the moment, because I am, quite frankly, moving at a snail's pace. But this does happen. You know, you start the chatting and the talking and stuff. Chatting and the talking. We want C165. There is. The one I didn't put flux on. So I have to give them a little bit of a wiggle when I remove them, because these do actually have component adhesive on them. So the way these would have been made originally would have been, they would have had a machine place them in position with the component adhesive. I think the way it works is a machine squirts out component adhesive in all the locations, like a big plotter type thing, goes, then puts component adhesive, and then the components get put in place, and that component adhesive then dries, and those components are then held on. And then I think they run the board through like a solder bath, and the solder then just sticks to all of the components and stuff. And on the whole, it works. I have had a board that I got hold of once where one of the components hadn't been stuck on properly, so it never got soldered properly. The computer still worked, though, interestingly enough. So it obviously wasn't an overly crucial component. But for that reason, these have this this component adhesive on them, so you have to melt the solder and then give them a bit of a twist, like we did last summer. When I'm moving these surface mount components, I'm generally letting the hot air do most of the work. So I will take a component off like this, and then I'll put it on here, and I'm only putting it on to the point where I can feel it grab. And then I can kind of take it away. I can take even though it's not in a good position, I can take the hot air away. I can put a little bit of flux on it, and then I can hit it with some hot air, and generally that component will then just get pulled into position by the surface tension of the solder. Can't really see it very well at the moment, can we? I might have to We might have to just muck around with the zooming. And then I'll just try and move the board around, shall I? Let's shall. That create hard drive, they'd be willing to check the PSU for a resistor value. Got a Mac crate, never heard of Mac crate. I mean, I probably know what it looks like, but I don't recall the name. It's just an external case or something, is it? 179. Okay. We keep moving, just keep swimming. This is a big fat one here. Great big fatty, fat. Just like me. Oh, there's a C40 that I didn't grab. Where's C40? There he is. Just totally missed him. Grab my C40. Oh, he's around the other way. Change the orientation. Shout out, by the way, if Bolle is watching this at a later date, rather than watching it live. First of all, I apologise for how much I rabbit on. But second of all, thank you for joining. "15 years since I closed my shop. I'm going to release a documentary this month or May." Oh, that's excellent. And we'll look forward to seeing it. Excuse me just a minute. I'm just going to mute for a minute while I make a horrible sniffly noise. The joys of having a cold, eh? Like a chocolate fountain with the board flying above it and touching the stream. Well, there you go. I was playing with brakes earlier today. Okay, did you have success? I obviously had. I was unable to read your message because I'm live streaming, but I do hope you had success with the brakes. Brakes are so much easier now that they're all like disc brakes. Back in the olden days when we had cars with drum brakes, they were a pain in the bum. But the old disc brakes are nice and easy to replace these days. I'm very happy about that. I do still have a car with drum brakes. It's my... Oh, actually, I think is it four-wheel disc? This one's being a bit of a cow because there's so much copper here. There we go. Let's get some flux on there and neaten it up. My 1970 Dodge has definitely got discs on at least two of the wheels. It might be four-wheel discs, but I think it might be drums on the back and discs on the front. But all of my other cars, my other two cars, they're all four-wheel disc. Drum brakes are still around on new vehicles. Crazy. You ever experienced the Toyota and BMW brakes, rear discs, but the hand brakes are shoe-in hat design? Yes, I have indeed. In actual fact, both of my Japanese cars have that. So I have a Mitsubishi and I have a Toyota, and both of them have the handbrake as the drum inside, which is, it's a bit of a pest. But what are you going to do? At least you don't have to worry about the handbrake as often. Okay. How did you go separating the calipers to get the new pads in? Because that's always one of the issues with replacing pads on disc brakes. Of course, when the pads wear down, the calipers push down to match the thickness of the pads. then when you take the old pads off and you go to put the new pads in, there isn't enough room for the disc to go in because the calipers have moved in, and you've got to go in and get like a G-clamp or something like that. There are specialised tools for it, but you've got to get like a G-clamp and clamp those calipers back out again to get the pads in. That's always the biggest pain. Got a piston compression wrench thingy. Everything went nice and smooth. Awesome. I don't have a piston compression wrench thingy. I just use a T-clamp. I just put it on there. But, you know, that's me. Good old bodge job brain, they call me. Oh, wow. How did I manage to mute the audio? That is weird. How did I manage... I somehow managed to mute the audio. So, sorry about that, everyone. Now I've just got to deal with this stupid camera. We have lots of other cameras, so if something goes wrong, we can figure something out, but... So that's the chicken that you can see in there, by the way, the one in the background, the kind of brownish one, which is sort of moving. That's the blind one. That's the one that has very, very little vision. Well, this camera's being an absolute thing. So we may have to change cameras. That's okay, we can make that work. I may even end up changing across to the microscope at this stage, because I can do it so much better with a microscope. But I will need my other glasses for that. Not so good, not so good. And I probably just need to restart this computer, but, you know. Now. We'll see how we go like this. If this is no good, we will change over to the side view or something like that. Geez, my glasses are dirty. R120. Where's R120? He's nowhere to be seen. What are you doing to me? R120. So now I have to start finding them. That's going to make life interesting. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a bit of a zoomy zoom on this one. Whoopsie. I keep knocking that over. Really should put it somewhere else, shouldn't I? Okay, we'll see how we go with this view for the moment. We'll just try that for the moment. It may or may not work well. Maybe note that it's missing and continue. No. And I found it anyway. It's right here. R120. Oh, it's right here. So, R120. Let's grab him. Oh, actually, hang on. I maybe know how I can get this camera to work. I think I know what the cause is. So I'm going to remove the cause. First of all, that should absolutely not be working. I must have bumped this on. That's why it's not working. I know exactly what the cause is now because I saw it. It was some software running that shouldn't be running. So we're all good now. We're fine now. How are you? Everything's fine now. There we go. That's better, isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, so there's a little R120 that was a little bit all over the place. And then let's get... So I have some software that I use to control my cameras, and it's older software and hasn't been updated in ages, and it does not like this camera one little bit. And if I use that software with this camera plugged in, chaos ensues. So, and I had obviously bumped it on when I pressed a key or bumped something or something. I8036SX. That's all right. I'd spent a lot of time just chin wagging before, so. I should, which is, there we go. Look at that. That's better. That's better. Now we're going to move to R167. So I can't really keep both boards in view, I'm afraid. There's just not much I can do about that. I can, but it means you won't be able to see anything that I'm doing because everything will be too small. So I sort of have to show you the new board or the old board, but I can't show you both. Let's get some fume extraction back here because I can smell this going right up my schnoz. Now, not everyone does these sorts of components in the way that I do them. This is how I do them. I basically put solder down first, and then I use hot air to melt the solder and then just make the component plonk in place. It's the way I have always done it. I started off doing this sort of thing with much, much smaller components than this, but it still works quite well with these components. Other ways of doing it, you can stick solder on one side, and then you can hold with tweezers the component and then melt the solder and then slide it in onto it, and then solder the other side. Or you can just put the component down, put a little blob of flux on there, put some solder onto the tip of your iron, and then you just sort of melt it on there, and the solder will just transfer across because the flux will help it flow. Any chance of hot air rework station tutorial? I got one not too long ago, but find it a bit fiddly. Yeah, I mean, I am actually going. I'm planning a video on rework. So, in other words, I've done a video on sort of surface mount soldering, but I am actually planning a video on rework. So, in other words, taking old components off and putting new ones on. That sort of thing. And with that, I'll probably go into the hot air a fair bit. I use, what's the probability that after doing all this that it doesn't work, not trying to jinx anything, just curious about the success rate of this sort of work. I'm going to give it about, if I'm careful, the chances are good. If I get a little bit relaxed or something like that and end up putting a component in the wrong place or don't solder it properly down, these components here generally not too worried about. It's pick and place, that's all it is. But when it comes to the surface mount components, if I don't properly solder a pin down or if there's a little bridge somewhere, there's a good chance it won't work. So I just can't, there's nothing that can be really done about that. No idea. It's the Amtech formulation. Yeah, it seems to be cheaper than Amtech branded stuff and actually possible to buy as well. This is awesome. Yeah, they're the whole thing which I sort of mentioned in one of my videos about the whole Amtech saga is you end up with this situation with at least three companies, I think, making Amtech stuff, and then you've also got all of the copies, the counterfeit ones that say they're Amtech. It just, when they said they're going to change the name to Stereo, I'm like, bravo. You know, I mean, I know it means you're kind of starting from the beginning, but their product's good enough to sell itself. All people just need to know it's out there, and I'm trying to help with that. 167. Speaking of flux, where's it gone? I've buried it. I've buried my flux. Buried. There it is. Yeah. Why aren't you using solder paste? Because I don't like it. It's a really weird sort of thing, isn't it? I mean, I just don't particularly like using solder paste. I much prefer soldering the way I solder. And that is totally up to the individual. And if someone's using solder paste, I'm not going to call them a cheat or anything like that. If that's the way you like to work, then that's the way you like to work. But I'm just not. I much prefer the hands-on, this sort of soldering. It's what brings me joy. We need an R163. So that was a 167. We need an R163. There we are. I will say that doing this, the Mac Classic Reloaded board, definitely easier than this one, for two reasons. One, it's a much smaller and more manageable board size, but the other is that on the Classic Reloaded, all the components were in exactly the same position, so I didn't have to go hunting for things. The majority of components are in the same position on this, but of course this is just the side effect of the fact that Bolle has changed this into a 4-layer board instead of a 6-layer board. And he makes improvements. I mean, he does make improvements in these boards. Like, for example, he's now got space so that you can use a CR2032 battery for the time, keeping the time, rather than a half AA. Save a bit of money. Solder paste is for BGA work. Yeah, I definitely use solder paste for BGA work. GT, hello there. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I will definitely use solder paste for BGA rework. Absolutely no question about that. I have lots of solder paste, but I definitely don't use it for this sort of stuff. C211. Let's move to C204. There we are. Not as much copper in this part of the board. It's heating up much quicker than it was in the other areas. Just going to put some flux around here. Fluxaroonie. Leave this board in a state of flux. Hey, whoa. C100. The fun part of this is going to be when we start removing some of these through-hole components. So I've got 2 sockets to remove. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 new bus slots. I've got, what is that, PDS slot? Something. Yeah, going to be quite the job. 12-hour stream, yeah. Well, this is definitely going to have to be done in parts, I can tell you that for sure, because I will need to stop for food and drink and bathroom breaks. Or as they say these days, comfort breaks. Excuse me, I'm just going to go have a comfort break. Some of these components are ending up with a little bit of adhesive still stuck on the bottom of them, and that's sort of making them so they're not sitting perfectly flat. This should be fine though. C195. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gibatronics. Hello there. Not sure I've ever seen solder paste used at all. Not on my live streams, probably not. But yeah, as I say, if I do BGA rework, which I don't think I've ever done on a live stream, and I was actually going to do some the other day, but I couldn't find my friggin' stencil. I've got no idea where it's ended up. It's not with all my other stencils. So I might end up having to buy another one. I wanted a stencil specific to a particular chip, and I could not find it. I have two stencils. I bought two. I always buy two of things, or more, because I lose things all the time. But I have lost both. C205, C196. So anyone who is just joining, we are in the process of creating a brand new, using old components, a brand new Macintosh 2FX with a reloaded board engineered by Bolle. He is also the person who engineered the SE30 reloaded board. And he is also the smarty pants who made the recreation of the grayscale. Whoa! Sorry, you flip. I don't want him to flip. Of the grayscale adapter for the SE30. Oh, crap. It was 151, wasn't it? Was that what I was doing? 151? Yeah, 151. Yeah. Well, it's a resistor. The other one's a capacitor. It's got to be that one. Yeah, so, and I actually managed to buy one of those from him. I was going to do a video on it, I never got around to doing, but I may still do it one day. Sean did a great little video on that, on the grayscale option for SE30. And I must confess, even though it did cost me a lot of money, I'm super glad I got one. Sorry, just laughing at Apple's Anonymous talking about the checking the plumbing. Going for a slash. Yes, that's another term here as well. We definitely use that one here. Need a capacitor 194. Where are you hiding, 194? There you are. Hope the Daystar Power Card 601 gets reverse engineered. Yeah, it would be nice. You're talking about the one that plops into like the Quadra 950 or the What's the other one? The Macintosh 2 CI or Quadra 700, I think. The ones that have that little narrow processor direct slot. I've got a 601 upgrade for my LC475, which I featured in a video, which was very popular, by the way. But that's the only one that I have. And that's a novelty. That is good fun. I love firing up an LC475 into the PowerPC sound of them. Love it. R141. R141. We're back to trying to find them. No, R41. Idiot. C175. I'll do that first because I can see it right here. R41. He seems a long way from home. All of the small numbers are up this end. I wonder if it's a misprint. It's meant to be R141, but I don't know. We'll assume it's R41. Oh no, there's 40s down here as well. 47, 46, okay. R41. Hunting. I'm gonna have to move this out of the way, sorry. Gotta find it. Board view would be handy. Should be playing bingo. We should, shouldn't we? Have the Daystar 601 for my 2C. I bought it brand new. That's so cool. Do you Aussies say, I'm going to see a man about a dog when excusing yourselves? Look, we probably do, but it's not the sort of thing you would hear much. We're pretty crass over here. We actually don't use a lot of sort of like, we'll generally just sort of come out and say exactly what we're doing. Looking for R41. And the fact that there were some 40s over here... $166. I must find it. It is very important. There's a 51. Often what happens with these is I just go, I look around and then all of a sudden I just find it. It just appears in front of me. Already 4. Just call out if you see it. Porcelain Goddess. Okay. R41, R41, R41. I feel like it's probably right in front of me, but I'm just not seeing it. We may have to come back to it. Oh wow, there's a smashed capacitor on here. We'll have to grab that from the other board. Yeah. Yeah. Yay. I'll give it another few seconds. If it doesn't jump out at me, we'll come back to it. I mean, essentially, at the end of the day, we'll end up with a component left on the board, and that'll be the one we're looking for. Marathon 030, but sadly it doesn't work. Nate ever tried to get it working again? I don't like being unsystematic. It's going to hurt my brain. It's going to hurt my brain. The numbers really are all over the place. You really can't gauge anything here about, oh, it's going to be in this location because of the numbers. It's like, nah, they're all over the shop. Nuh-uh. All right, okay, we're coming back to it, all right? So just relax. It's all good. Let's lift this back up again because we need to... Whoopsie. Let's move along here. I'm going to just keep going across this way, I think. That's the easiest thing. So I'll just pop that there so we can all see it. Can we all see it? What's that? Top left corner below C116. C116. That is... It is R84 and R87. And R85 and 86. But no 41. Poops. Poops. Alright. Come back to it. Come back to it. It's not the end of the world. It's okay. World in crisis. Dun dun dun. Nice big pads on these. These are actually very easy to work with. Not nice big components. Nice big pads. Too easy, mate. Too easy. Alright, that'll do for now. Let's give me a few to work on. Let's get these components across here. There's R166. Where's that go? 169. 166. He's nowhere near. 168, 169. Well, okay, we won't worry about that for the moment. 166. Oh, there he is. He's there. Didn't put any flux on here. Yes, thank you for posting that, Jay. Just a reminder about the old Tinker Different. Fantastic place with lots and lots of smart people hanging out and coming up with amazing new things. Plenty of them out there. Plenty of smarty pants. People way smarter than I am. The other night I watched a film called Air, set in the 1980s about Nike, or however it's meant to be pronounced. trying to get Michael Jordan on board as their sort of representative or whatever. And I found it thoroughly enjoyable. I have zero interest in basketball. And I mean that most sincerely. But I've really enjoyed the movie. Directed by Van Affleck. So I was pretty impressed because another film of his that he directed that I've seen is Argo. And I really enjoyed that too. So I think he has a knack for making entertaining films. Spectral, sci-fi from 2016. Surprisingly entertaining B-movie, that's cool. You are user Lilliputian on TD. Top right below C175. Have you found it? Have you found it? Top right below C175. I found C175. But you were probably pointing out something that I've already found now. It's that one that I haven't found yet is the R168. So, no, it wasn't R168, was it? No, it was R41. So anyone playing along at home with the 2FX, if you find that, let me know. Ready. Everyone still see good? I don't know. Can you see good? I'm going to change my glasses. Okay. Oh. I've made one part of it sharper and one part of it worse. Ah. I feel like it's good and then I bump it and then it's worse. That'll do. Directly under your logo. As in on this? Or no, I don't see it. R41 is what you were looking for. What we're looking for is what I found. Okay, I still haven't found it. R41. R41. I can see R114. I can't find R41. Don't know where R41 is. So as I say, if anyone does have a 2FX board and they find it, please let me know. A rough idea of where it is on the board. I know where it is on the purple board. It's on the green board I'm trying to find. Okay, let's keep moving. R51. Actually, I'll do this. R168. R168. And R169. Would make sense that 169 is reasonably close to 168, wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think? Wouldn't that be logical? R169. Okay, we're not doing that one then. C216. Now they're all over the shop. How can I work under these conditions? I'll take this one, at least I know where this one goes. C199. Up. Up. Oh, Reed Reinfeld's here. Hello there. You were the ones talking about the R41. So thank you for thank you for the effort. I do appreciate that. But yeah, so unfortunately I can only show one board, and I can only there isn't enough room here for me to be able to show you both boards and still have enough detail for you to be able to see what I'm doing. And so I'm generally what I'm doing is when I find the spot on here, I then try and find the matching component on the green board. But you guys aren't seeing the green board. C200. And then R51. Got R41. R41 is what I'm looking for. R51. R42. Might have to come back to that one. Okay, R157. Well, let's just try some of these. R161. Yeah, well, I found that one. R161. And R160. Bolle said it takes him about 2 hours to do all of the these components on the bottom. I told him that that sounds like a fair estimate, but it will probably take me longer when I'm live streaming because I talk all the time. Talking. 159. And 158. Good. What's this one? Oh crap, I can hardly read that. I assume it's 157. It must be R157. R156. R144. Have I got that anywhere? Yeah. I mean, I see this as potentially getting easier as we go, because as there are fewer components on the board, it will then be easier to find the missing ones. R144. What do we got there? We've got a solder ball. We don't want that. Solder balls are not our friend. Are they, Jay? It's like my battleship, I like that. That's where a board view would be useful, I would agree with that. And I imagine you could probably make one up relatively easily. Right, you know, once you've actually... I don't know, I mean, the software used for creating the Gerbers, I imagine it must have some sort of board view export option, maybe. I don't know, I don't do that sort of stuff, I'm not smart enough. C215. And C216. And have we got an R169? Anyone here? Anyone give me an R169? R169. Feel like it should be reasonably close, because R168 is just here. Do. Nope, can't find that one. C201. That I can find. C190. 190. C190. Everyone who wants to learn how to reverse engineer a PCB, I can show people. I can tell you he can, because Kai showed me. I'm not sure how much of that stuff I still remember, but I definitely got some of the real the broad concepts that I was not aware of when it comes to building those things. The only downside is it's PC only software, and I'm not a big fan of that, because I am a Mac user. I have been for a very, very long time, and I don't like change. Who knew that transferring components from one board to another could be so fascinating, eh? You know, thought it would just be like boring repetition, but oh no, this is exciting. Keep saying it, they might believe it. C185. You know things are getting bad when the singing starts, don't you? R141. So we've just got we've got two now I haven't been able to find, but to be honest, this more recent one I really didn't look that hard for. So that's R169. Excuse me. C169. That's no good to me. R145. R142. R51. These are all ones that we'll find later on, I guess. I want to sort of do this little batch up here next, I think. KiCad is how the cool new kids do stuff from schematic, where they then use the board views to lay out traces. Yeah. Shake the board after removing everything else. So this here, we've got a little through-hole socket here. I'm guessing this is probably the FPU, or as we say here in Australia, FPU. Hey yo, I don't know. Just want to go home. Probably using more solder than I need for some of this. But this is for Kai. Gotta Spare no expense for Kai. He can have all the solder he wants. Righty. Excuse me. Let's start stripping more bits off. What have I got here? R150. I see him there, I see him here, I see him everywhere. So, anyone who did actually watch my, well, I should probably more say anyone who didn't watch my video of building the, the Macintosh Classic Reloaded board, one of the challenges we had with that is it was the very first version of the board, and there were a few faults on it, which I corrected with a Dremel and some wires and stuff like that, and a drill. But there was another problem, and there was a problem that was totally my doing, and that is when I was soldering the RAM onto the computer. There are 8 RAM chips on the Macintosh Classic board. One of the pins I didn't solder properly, and so when I actually started getting the thing working, I was getting a sad Mac chime because it was failing the RAM check, and it was because of that one little pad that I didn't solder, which is very frustrating, but you know, it's all part of it. Okay, R133. There's R133. Hello, R133. And there should be an R134 very nearby. There it is. And what else we got? R148. Here we go, R148. He is this one. These, it doesn't really matter with these. R47, 48, and 49. 147, 48, and 49. They're all the same size. I will be doing a further live stream in the future. Anyone who watched my last live stream where I was working on a Macintosh SE30 with bad battery damage, I will be continuing that in the future. I just wanted to get started on this. It's Sunday. Sunday's usually a pretty good time to stream. You know, it's Saturday night in the US, and so I generally get quite a few people tuning in. So I thought it would be good to do this one. But that SE30 will be having a part 2 and potentially a part 3. We'll just see how we go. If you have blown any SMDs away yet. No, I haven't, but what I can tell you is I have my hot air station on a particular setting I use for this sort of stuff. I have it on 440 degrees Celsius, and I have it on 55 air. It goes up to 120 for the air, so it's about half the amount of air being put out of it. So temperature a little bit higher, airflow a little lower, and I find that works quite well, not blowing things away. So I said so again. Is anyone keeping count of how many times I've said so? Or is anyone getting really drunk because they've been having a drink every time I say it? Where's my mouse? I lost my mouse. Oh, there he is. Just hang on a second. Okay. Let us continue. R129. R128. R129. R146. What? I've already removed R146. So what have I done? Ah, well. We'll take a R147. 148. 134. Where did I put R146, do you reckon? There's R150. That's fine. R148. That's taken. 46, 47, 48, and 49. I put 147 in 148. So that's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. $149. I don't need to swap them because they're all the same component, the same resistance. Okay, what's this one? 132. R130. I mean, these are all in different positions, but they're all pretty close in location, so it's a lot easier to then find and replace them. C172. And C159. C159. Busy day. There's a lady at one of the local supermarkets, and this is back before I just used the self-checkout these days, but when I used to go to the checkout, there was this woman, and her kind of idea of socialising was when you'd go up, she'd go, "Busy day?" And I'd always reply with, "Yes, always busy." C189. What I want to reply with is, "Don't talk to me," but that's a little rude. Not specifically against that person, but I generally don't like I don't like strangers talking to me. R145. R145. There we go. R145. Oh crap. Oh crap. I didn't have a very good hold on it with my tweezers, so that's why I lost him. Once again, placing genders on these components. I don't know why I do that, but I did. My watch is telling me to stand up. Time to go. Good night, Francoise. Thank you very much for joining. 5 hours ago already, yep. Too drunk to count anymore. Quit counting like 5 or 6. Yeah, fair enough. Uzo. It's a bit early in the day for Uzo, isn't it? Not in Australia. Sunday, for goodness sake. Well, let's continue. I have, I think, populated all of the ones that I soldered. So let's do some more. I still do have a few gaps, and they're the ones the components I haven't found on the board yet. Soldering iron's gone to sleep. Wakey wakey. Okay, there's a few more. We're definitely starting to get rid of a lot of these components, so that's a good thing. Let's look at these ones around the FPO. Nasty head cold. Fair enough. Fair enough. Uzo's good for that. And it's probably not, but we'll just pretend it is. 127. There we go. Stick there. Stick. Stay. Here's all that. R114. R131. There we are. We've done a few. I definitely do feel a sense of accomplishment here. Excuse me. C158. C158. So, who here in the chat? Oopsie. Oopsie. Who here in the chat has a battery bomb 2FX and they are seriously considering doing what I'm doing here? Or anyone who might be watching this on a replay, please jump into the comments and let me know if this is something you are considering doing for yourself. It's got a little bit of solder in one of these holes. I'm going to get rid of that now because that could come back to haunt me. Poo. Stop it. Just stop. Don't. Oh, crips. I need more heat than this. Oh, no. Got it. 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 Ultra bombed. Ultra bombed. Hate to see all that through-hole stuff. Rip out the moo-moo gun for that. No, I will not be using the moo-moo gun for that. I'll be using my heated soldering bed thingy. And I will be heating up this board from the underside. All these components will be gone, so I won't worry about moving any of those around. And I will heat it from the underside until the solder has melted, and then I will simply lift those components off. And I'm really looking forward to doing that, actually. I was watching Sean from Action Retro's live stream, video last night as I was heading off to bed. But I only got halfway through it because I fell asleep. There's no criticism of the video. It was interesting stuff. It was about an Apple IIe thing, but I was very, very tired. And I'm just lying there with my iPad watching it, and the iPad kept on falling down, and then I'd pick it up again, and my wife's just like, just go to sleep. C174. What do I do with the tweezers? Oh, I hid them. Discord a photo. It's pretty bad. Cool. Okay. Get some donor chips from one of the donors. Yeah, there are quite a few missing on one of the boards, though. I will say that. So yes, we will definitely end up with some surplus parts. And then of course I've got a 2FX board myself, and I need to pull it out and have a look at it because I want to know just how much is missing. And there's a Quadra 950 board there. So once the Quadra 950 gets done, I'm all ready to go for that. This one's a 2FX, so this is probably mine. Probably mine. I mean, I have more than one battery bomb 2FX board. One of them is not mine. But anyhow, I was just getting distracted. Stop it. Stop it. Just looking around here for... There's a resistor, a couple of resistors here, which I can't find homes for on this board. So I guess we'll just find them later on. Let's have a go at C176. There we are. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's all okay. I'm feeling reasonably confident that we will get all of these components on today. Just based on my rate of progress so far. Others may not be as optimistic. Am I even on camera here? What am I doing? Here? Yeah, just. C177. Flux. Holy calamity, scream insanity. C174. Sam Johnson, hello there. I'm late. We may have gotten carried away with day drinking. There's nothing like it. I love day drinking. Especially at the pub. I love going to the pub. You know, for like a pub lunch. I'd probably be doing something like that today if I wasn't doing this. And I don't think it would have taken much convincing to just say to my wife, why don't I go to the pub for lunch? Because we've got, it's not really our local. Our local is actually just behind us there, but that we don't really call that our local. Mind you, they're spending a ton of money on it. It might be good, but it was pretty awful before. So we go a couple of suburbs away to someone else's local, and that's a really nice pub. C163. And they do a lovely schnitty, which I typically get when I go there. For anyone who's not sure what a schnitty is, it's what Americans, I believe, call breaded chicken. So you get some chicken and you hammer it out, and then you coat it with flour, and then with egg, and then with breadcrumbs, and then you shallow fry it, and you serve it with some gravy or some mushroom gravy, or proper brown gravy, not that weird white stuff. And it's usually a side of chips, fries, hot chips, and maybe a little bit of a salad. Yum. Schnitty. Schnitty. I did a pub lunch on Friday. A mate of mine finishes early on Fridays, and I'm between clients. Got absolutely mashed on various ales at the local. Love that. That's me down to a T. I assume mashed was meant to be smashed. Rum and Coca clock. Cheers. Yep. Paul, have you ever used solder tweezers? Are they worth having, or are they redundant with hot air? It's very interesting you say that. There are times where I think soldering tweezers can be very, very convenient. I have never used them. You can buy very cheap ones, and I've been tempted to just buy cheap ones to try them out, because you can just get them from like AliExpress or eBay or whatever, and they're really, really dirt cheap. I have a IIfx 951 soldering station, and rather frustratingly, the Hacko soldering tweezers don't work with this hot air station. You either have to go with one which is cheaper or one which is way more expensive to use the soldering tweezers. The soldering tweezers, I think, they draw too much power for this base station. I probably will upgrade this soldering iron fairly soon. Hacko have one now. I think it's called an FX961. It looks pretty flash. I'll probably end up getting a new one at some stage. I mean, really, for someone who uses a soldering station as much as I do, I sort of feel like if there's a newer and better model, I would kind of like to try it out. But we'll wait and see what happens with that. But yeah, so the short answer, that's a very long answer, but the short answer is no, I haven't used solder tweezers, but I can think of a few times where they would have been quite convenient. Help a ton when working around other components. Yeah, see, that's where it comes in handy. If you're removing, say, an old capacitor, which of course I do quite a lot, an old surface mount electrolytic capacitor, and it's buried in a little jungle of plastic, and you use the hot air and you're worried about melting everything. The solder tweezers are very good for that. Just get in there from either side, melt it, and pluck it off. Yes, it is like a chicken parma without the palm. That's the schnitty, that is. It's chicken schnitzel. It's short for schnitzel, but Australians, we just call it schnitty. Chicken. Yeah, I'm getting myself hungry, to be honest. I haven't even had breakfast. Not even so much as a piece of toast. Okay. Looking. There's a spot for an R124, and I don't see an R124 anywhere. R108, R160, R119. What about around here? R108. 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 I think I'm going to come back to that area because all of the ones around there don't seem to be particularly related to the position of them on this board. So I'll move on to this side. We'll get this done. So then we will have done pretty much the whole bottom section, apart from a few missings. And then I'll flip it around and we'll work up this way, and then flip it around and we'll work up the back way. Oh, you're off. Okay, Kai. Well, thank you. Thank you for sticking around. I do appreciate it. Sorry that this is the start of the part that's a little bit on the dull side. I really didn't need like heavy consultation with you like we did with the classic reloaded board, but I do appreciate you sticking around. So thank you very much, and sleep well. You can sleep in tomorrow. It's Sunday. Well, it's already Sunday for you, but yeah. All right. Let's get some solder onto the hodder. I haven't figured out what I'm doing for dinner tonight. Crikey. I have to consult with the wife about that. Whether I'm making something or if we're buying something. I mean, I think we've been living a little bit lavishly lately, so I think it might have to be a cook at home night tonight. Generally, I say to my wife, "What do you want to have?" Chicken wings. That's pretty much right. What would you like for dinner tonight? Chicken wings. Anything else? No, chicken wings. She loves chicken wings. Oops, I got some solder on the holder. See if we can get that off. Come on. legitimately spent a good chunk of my Wednesday literally watching a progress bar. Well, are you comparing my live stream to a progress bar? Are you now? Be honest. Yeah, got it free. Now this time I'll be a little bit more careful. I don't fill up one of the holes again. There we go. And let's do that one as well. Why not? Let's do that one, yeah. One of my friends was streaming backing up a hard drive. Well, chook schnitty, obviously. Well, see, I did it with lamb cutlets the other day. I did some crumbed lamb cutlets. I don't know if schnitty's a little bit too similar to that. It's usually a pretty easy sell if I say, should I do chicken schnitty for dinner tonight? Usually don't get many objections. Okay, let's get some of this stirry flux onto these. It makes it a little bit easier when we put the components on there. Okay, R165. Coming at ya. Oopsie. And what else we got? C206. R164. It's quite the thing knowing that I'm going to be doing this twice. I did the classic twice. I did two completely separate classic boards. R44. I can't see R44. What was the one I was missing from up there? R41, yeah. There must be a little cluster of R40 something somewhere. I'll find them eventually. R152. R153. That way around. We've got a few here that are different direction. They're going horizontally on the old board and vertically on the new board, or vice versa. Okay, C198. I want you gone, C198. One of the things that I noticed that Bolle has done with this board, which isn't on the original board, is he has actually put components in the middle of these, sort of these areas here, whereas on the original board they don't have any components in these center parts of the sockets or those through-hole chips. But we have the tools, we have the technology to do that. R42, R45, C55, C55. I know there are some surface mount components on the other side of the board. That might be where these missing ones are. Some passives, I should say. Maybe he moved the ones from the top side of the board to the bottom side of the board. Okay. 154. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. 154. burning my fingers. That doesn't help anyone. Get off, you thing. R142. Do we see that anywhere? 140. Itchy nose. Just check on here. Fiberglass PCB material really is an amazing invention. It's made the electronic age possible. Yes, indeed. I do a pork cutlet with some rosemary, bechamel sauce, and mashed potatoes. Yum. Yep, that sounds good. I'm not a big fan of rosemary, though, to be honest. I find it a little bit overpowering, but I totally appreciate it. It's a good one. New Hacko FX972 looks great. 200 watts and 2 soldering piece spots. Yeah, I'd love to be able to get them to like sponsor me, but I don't think they would. I'd be like, give me stuff. I mean, I've never asked them, but I imagine they get people asking that all the friggin' time. Because some places they just do. You just say, I like your product. I want to do a review on the channel. Send me one. I mean, obviously you need a certain amount of subscribers. I mean, they're not going to just do it if you've got, you know, I don't know, 50 subscribers or something like that. But yeah, a lot of them will just go, yeah, we don't mind a little bit of promotion. It only costs us one product. Some of them you need to actually get into an agreement with them. There's a sort of an expectation. Like if they send you a product, they expect you to make something in a timely fashion. Still, oh, there's R142. Found your R142, you elusive little beast. I do also get emails from people, from companies, asking to promote their product, and I have to be fairly selective with that, because at the end of the day I look at some things and I go, there is absolutely no way I can say anything nice about that product. So do you really want me to give you a lousy review, or would you rather I just said nothing? C184. Oh crap, I nearly put that around the wrong way. That would have been embarrassing. I hope I haven't done that anywhere else. I will check. He puts a little line, he's got a little line in between the middle so you know which way across the component goes. But I nearly did the wrong thing then, and that would have been very bad. C182. And where's C183? Where are you? Where are you hiding, C183? Can't be too far away. There you are. So I've still got all these missing R40 somethings. I don't know where they are. They're somewhere else, but we will find them. They will arrive eventually. And then I've got a couple of extras here that I haven't been able to find. I've got C191, C192, and they'll turn up. They'll turn up. It'll all come out in the wash. This is R143. There's R143. All right, let's get a few more pads tinned. And these are actually already tinned, but we want to get more solder on them. Blobs of solder. Some product review scams out there. Yeah, I'm usually pretty careful about ones that I take on. Very first company that ever contacted me was PCB Way. It's not uncommon. I think they have some sort of algorithm that just sends emails out to people, tech, channels once they get to a certain size. Unfortunately, because I do a lot of live streams, I'm not the best. I do PCB way sort of promos and stuff, but I can really only do those in pre-recorded videos. When I do them in live streams, it's quite difficult. Right. Now, I saw this just a little moment ago. No, not that one. No. No. Where was it? No. 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 Oh, well. I'm sure it was R143. I saw that. I saw that on the board somewhere. R143. There it is. It's hiding. Charlie, how is it going? That's a good question. Well, we're plodding along. I feel pretty good about the number of, sort of components I've moved across. I mean, still a lot to do, but I definitely feel like I'm making good progress. I've got a whole bunch of R's here. Where are they going? R135. R135. I want a C167. And a C168. Because that would be great. Bingo! Yeah, PCB way, contact absolutely everyone. Yeah. Getting tired of seeing PCB way promotions in videos. Swan Morton scalpel blade spring to mind. Yeah. And look, anyone who worked in the DTP and prepress industry would be well aware of the Swan, well, the early days. I'm not talking, when it was still a bit of manual work being done. So in the olden days, when we used to do page layout, started off originally you used to have galleys. So you'd have galleys of text and you would cut them and you would stick them down on these sort of templates. And it would be printed on a bromide material. You would run it through a waxer and it would coat the back with wax. Wax was really good because you could position things very firmly, but it was all removable. You could tear it off and stick it back down again. And then eventually we were able to do the entire page layout on computer. And then all we had to do was then print out the whole page all finished and then stick it down on the template, and then you do a little bit of markup to show where the image was going to go. And then you would send that off to the film company. The film company would take a shot of that, and they would cut in the image. They would scan it, they would print out the image onto film, and then they would cut that film into it. It was very, very laborious, and of course these are all industries which are gone. None of this is done anymore. These days you generally just do the page layout on the computer, you put the pictures in place wherever you want them, you send that whole file off to the printer. The printer will then print that directly onto a plate if they're doing it as an offset print. If they're doing it as a digital print, it just goes straight to the digital printer as it is. But if it's traditional, they will send that to print to the plate. Plates basically work, they're sort of great big aluminium sheet and they, when you expose them in light, you have these polymers and monomers, and one of them repels ink and the other one attracts it. So, and then they, the plate goes onto a rubber thingy, and then the rubber thingy gets transferred onto paper. But anyhow, I digress. When we used to do that manual cutting, I used to use these blades, these scalpel blades. And we initially used to just get the pointy ones, but one day we bought the curved ones by accident. And I loved the curved ones because they had the ability not only to cut, but also to scrape. That little curved part, you could scrape stuff off. And ever since then, I have just always had scalpel blades available. I mean, they're very, very useful. I mean, they're useful even for like getting a splinter out or something like that, because they're surgical blades, so they're sterilized. So, if you're trying to get a splinter out, rather than using a dirty needle or something like that, you can use the tip of a surgical scalpel. Yeah, so I have just always used those blades, and I know that you can go and get X-Acto knives and that, but I've just always liked using the scalpel. Had to go pick up some arcade cabinet artwork. Currently building a Street Fighter 2 cabinet. Cool. Retro Techie, hello there. All right, I've got to keep going. I've got to keep going, otherwise there'll be chaos. Chaos will reign supreme. C170. C113. Is he anywhere to be seen in this vicinity? R113. What's going on with these ones? R136, R137. Where are they? Huh? Huh? Where? Nope. Why you do this to me, Bolle? Why? Okay, so we're going to have to move on, and we'll come back to all these ones that I haven't been able to find homes for. But that's okay. I'm fine with that. So, time to flippity dip the board around this way. Ow. God, this is... Where am I going to put the freaking thing? There's no room. There's no room. Can I fit the whole thing in? No, not quite. So let's just do these ones on the bottom first. These are nice and easy. Some little capacitors here for these RAM slots. Oh, geez, my bum's getting sore. Oh, man, I've been sitting for a while, haven't I? Ooh. Ooh. I need some kip, have fun. Fair enough. Good night. New retro repair. Jabber. Is that what it is? Is it jabber? Am I jabbering? Fair enough. I used to run a Heidelberg offset printing press, and my boss started with lead typeset. Yeah. I joined, so I got into it in 1989. So by that stage, we're well past traditional methods of typesetting. So at that time, we still had some things that were called CRtronics terminals. And they were ones where you could actually typeset using a special type of language, almost like a markup language, and they had keyboards and you would type on them, and then they would print out just galleys of text, and then you would have to manually cut those galleys into position when you're doing page layouts. We got rid of the CRtronics terminals, and then we had a Linotronic 300. That was an image setter that printed both onto bromide and onto film, and that one did 1270 dpi standard res and 2540 DPI high res. And of course it printed onto this photographic emulsion sort of bromide stuff, so the edges were just razor sharp. It wasn't like printing to a laser printer. On a laser printer you could sort of see the bumps of the texture of the paper. Bromides were just absolutely pin sharp. They were fantastic. I'd love to actually have an old Linotronic, but if you're going to make any use of them, you need to then also have the photographic processing stuff. So we had this great big massive thing that used to process the bromide. So you would take it out of the printer in a cartridge, and of course it was light sensitive, so you'd have to have the opening part of it in a dark room. So you'd open up the door, go into the dark room. We had a little curtain there, so you could, if someone opened the door while you were in there, the curtain was keeping the light out as well. And you'd sort of put that in there, you'd feed it into this great big machine. It would just go through these rollers, so it would go through a developer, then it would go through a fixer, and then it would go through a washer, and then it would go through a dryer, and then it would just come out at the end, processed and dried, and then, sort of then do with it what you want. And them's were the days. Again, all that stuff has now become irrelevant. Obsolete. And we used to do silver recovery on that photographic stuff as well, because we used to end up getting silver in it, so that would go through a little bath type thing which would pull all the silver out of it, and then someone would come and grab the silver, and then they would pay you based on how much silver they took away. So that was kind of good. So it was the co-inventor of the phototypesetting process, Linotype. Oh wow, how about that? So it was basically a laser machine. We had it open a few times, and it used to have a laser that would spin in a mirror. So it worked very similarly to how a laser printer works, but instead of it, laser printer creates an electric charge on a transfer roller. This was actually just light hitting the photographic surface. And then we got various other ones after that, because the old Linotronic, it got superseded. There were more powerful machines, bigger machines, and we got a great big drum image setter. That was one they were far more accurate. We'd just take a big piece of film, put it inside a drum, and then it would image it like that. And they were way more accurate than the old roller type image setters. And of course, if we wanted to put black and white images into things, we had to use this great big machine. I can't even remember what it was called. But this huge machine, you would take the photo and you would you put the photo down the bottom. So it had down the bottom, there was a big area where you could vacuum it. You'd lift the top up, you put the photo in, you close the lid, and then it would vacuum seal it. So it was vacuumed. So it was absolutely totally flat, and then had these massive bellows, and then this thing up the top, you would open it up, and you had this special sheet which had little photographic little holes in it. Basically, they were very expensive, those things, and then you would get the bromide material and put it underneath, and that would suck up to the top there. And then you would set what magnification you wanted. So, you want this 120% of the original, 120, beep, beep, press a button, and then we go, to move up to get the right position, get the focus perfect. And then you'd expose it for a certain amount of time. And then you would take the material out, and then you would put it through a developer, and then through a fixer, and then wash it. And we used to use we didn't use the same developing process as the other machine, but we used to use the dryer. There was a spot where you could actually put material in halfway through, so that it would miss the washing. it missed the developer and fixer, but would go through the washer and the dryer. So we could just drop it into the washer and the dryer. And then they would come out with a halftone on them. So you'd start with a photo, and then they would come out as a recreation of that image, but with a halftone. So where the dot is of varying sizes based on how dark it is. And then that was what we used to then do things like newspapers and black and white magazines and that sort of stuff. Yeah, there are some nasty chemicals for sure. For sure. Yeah, I mean, we used to have like a great big wash basin in there. Okay, let's see if we've got some more components that we can transfer across, just so that we feel like we're making progress and it's not me just rabbiting on. Actually, I'll put some flux here. Now the next section that I get to is where probably the highest concentration of components are. Now while that might seem like that's going to take a really long time, in some ways it's a lot easier because the components are all so close together. I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, I can get through a lot of them much quicker. Oh! Come back here, you slippery sucker. One of the things that does happen when you're doing this is you get only one side melted, and then the thing goes for a little wander, like that one did. C144. Oh, I moved it. I didn't wait until the solder had properly dried. Like, oh, I'm not even on bloody camera. What sort of idiot does that? Actually, I'll move the camera. It'll be easier. Wobble, wobble, wobble. R41 is to the right of the two floppy drive connectors on the front of the board. On the front of the board. Yeah, that was my suspicion that he'd actually moved some of the components from the top side to the bottom side, from the obverse to the reverse. So thank you for that. Now we know where to get them from. I'll leave those and do them at the end. Okay, C133 we've got to grab from the other board because that one is mangueled. C133. Let's grab a C133. I'm looking forward to seeing the picture of Steve's 2FX. He said he's going to send it to me. He probably already has, but I am sort of unable to check at the moment. Well, maybe I should bring it up on screen, show everyone. I might do that in a break, when I have a break, because I will have a little bit of a break just to stand up soon, because me bum's sore. Bit of corrosion on some of these. Oh my God! Steve just texted me the image. I will bring it up. I'll try to just show the images and not all of the rude stuff that Steve sends me in text messages all the time. Such a potty mouth on that guy. Okay, moving right along. R12. Bag of parts. He's got a bag of parts. That's something. Oh wow, that is so bad. I really should show everyone this. It's not fair for me to be looking at this stuff and not sharing it with you guys. Oh wow, look at all these messages I got from people. Jay, mic went out. Yeah, sorry about that. It was my fault. Can I skim through these? Yeah, I can. Look, okay, cool. So let's just go to the screen. So he sent it to me sideways. Not sure why, but you know. And then look at that. Look at that. Oh God, look at that. That's horrific. And look at this. Look at this. Ah. Oh, that rust. I mean, that swim chip is a goner. And there's a bag of parts. So, yeah. Nasty. You tin the pads, place the capacitors, then use the hot air gun to hold them in place. So, this is actually something... Hello, Joseph. This is something... move the board up. We can't see. Yes, yes. So that was my mistake. I've actually got a video on surface mount soldering, and in that I actually describe this process in some detail. But what I'll do is I'll do that again now and explain what I do here, because it is the way I do it. Not everyone does it this way, and it doesn't mean that my way is right or another way is right or wrong. It's just you do it the way that works for you. And what I do, let's just get them here. Get solder onto these pads to start off with. Then I will typically, once I've got the solder on the pads, I will then often put a little bit of flux there as well. I certainly like to have some flux at some stage in the process. Whether I put the flux on a little bit later or whether I do it at this stage. So I get the component. So we'll start with here, we're at R12. So is he anywhere here? Yep, here's R12. This one's a little bit crunchy by the looks of things, a bit corroded, but I think we'll still be alright. So I grab him. You can't see me grabbing him, but I am. I've got my tweezers around him and I am blowing him with hot air. And the solder melts, and then I have the component. Now, I then get this. Now, I would normally come at it this way, but my angle is pretty bad. But anyhow, let's do it. I put it there. I heat until the component is... Okay, the solder's melted, and that's there. It's in position. But its position isn't that great at the moment. It's kind of a little bit wonky. So what I'll usually do then is get some flux, put the flux on it. That helps the solder flow. Then I heat it with the hot air, and the solder melts, and it actually pulls the component into position. If I move that, you can see it's wobbling around a little bit. Now, admittedly, I've got a little bit too much solder on there. It's sitting a little bit high on the board, but so I'll push it down. But what happens is, in particular, if you've got a decent flux on there as well, the solder melts and the solder turns into a ball. It's the surface tension of the solder actually makes the solder form into a ball. And when it does that, it pulls the component into a position. It just pulls it right into the middle of the location. So it's actually a really good way of getting those components positioned where they should be, because it's the actual surface tension of that solder forming a nice symmetrical shape and then pulling the component into the middle of it. And yeah, that's again, it is the way I do it, and not everyone does it this way. If you don't have a hot air station, I'll demonstrate that for one of these. There are a couple of ways you can do it. Let's do this one. And move too soon. There we go. Flux. Okay, C86. That's you. I was going to work my way through these, and then once I've done because I've already put solder on all these, but once I've done all of these, I will then demonstrate the process where you can do these if you don't have a hot air station. C11111111. C87. C88. Some of these capacitors actually have a code written on the outside of them. These ones have A5, and you can actually use that to find out their capacitance. I can't remember which it is, A5, because there's like A5, A4, A3, you know, that sort of thing, and it's, I don't know, it's based on the number of zeros or something like that. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Fooling around with a Dell Latitude D630 I recently acquired. So, let's get to... this one's awful. Let's get some flux on you. In my surface mount soldering video, I actually show this demonstration through the microscope, so it's actually, you get to see it a lot better. I actually deliberately put a component on wonky. I put it on a little bit skew-if, and then I use the hot air, and you can just see it pull it into place. It's very nifty. It's a method that I actually learned from Mr. Rossman, Mr. Lewis Rossman. From back in the days when he used to do repair videos. Don't think he does anymore. I think he just films himself making social commentary these days. And I think basically what happened is he was doing all these repair videos, and he's spending all this time doing repairs and diagnostics and stuff. And then he'd do a video of his cat and get more views of his cat. So I think he just got a little bit like, why am I bothering doing these repair videos? C58. C63. Whoa, we've got one's come loose. Okay, so I think I'm ready to spin the board around. I mean, I've got pretty much everything's gone from me. Oh, R181. Is there an R181 here? There's one. I'll do him because I think he'll just be easier to get from this angle. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate putting this on without using a hot air station. So I'm going to do this little 181 here. Now, one way you can do it is you just put a bit of solder on one side. That. Then you get your component. You need a hot air to get it off this board, but assuming that I was just sticking a new component down, I wasn't transferring something from another board. So I get my component, and I put him there in position. I get my soldering iron. Now, admittedly, I'm at the wrong angle for this. I should be a different angle. Yeah. And you heat the solder, and you kind of push him into position like that. Okay, so he's in position there now, and then you can then solder the other side just as you would any sort of soldering. Now, with that particular method, and in particular, because this is a component that's been taken off another board that's got little bits of solder sticking out of it at weird angles and that, he's not flush on the board. So I am now going to hit him with some hot air to get him flush. But that is one way you can do the soldering down there without the need for a hot air station. The other way you can do it, if I can do a C90, have I got a C90 here? Yeah, here's C90. The other way you can do it, and this is probably my preferred way of doing it, but again, you know, there's no rights or wrongs. You just go with the method that works for you. The other way you can do it is you can get like my little C90 there, and I can put some flux on these pads in readiness. I get my component, I plonk him in position like that. Now what's going to happen, that flux there is going to make solder it's going to draw solder into it. It's going to make the solder want to flow there. And so I'll get a little bit of solder on the end of my iron. So I've now got a little blob on the end of my iron there. And then I will hold this in position. And then I will solder one side. And that's it. You can see it's a beautiful, neat little solder there. And then you can just solder the other side. Just like that. Just like that. And it's done. So that's again the way you can do it without hot air. And I'm going to use a hot air because, once again, I want these to be centered, and using the hot air method with the surface tension is the way to do that. Perfect. Perfect. If you ever get any of these where you've used the method that I've just shown there and you're still not happy with them, you can always just get the soldering onto them, get a little bit of flux, and just touch it up one side at a time. As long as you don't melt both sides, you can sort of tidy them up. See, one like this here at R12, I put way too much solder on there. I can just clean the tip of my iron, get a little bit of flux on there. I can then just go boom on one side, boom on the other side, and it just neatens that right up, takes all that excess solder away. I don't have a 3D printer. How could I get a couple of your syringe plungers? You'll have to find someone with a 3D printer, I'm afraid. I don't really sell sort of 3D printed stuff. Where are you, Foxhound? Which part of this planet? 2111 Twist. Hello there. Notice live chat replay seems to have been dropped when watching a live video that's being replayed. Well, there's the option when you're creating a live stream, there's the option to have live chat replay. I always have that selected. So in theory, the live chat should come up for my ones because it's something that I do select. I'm just going to check on the viewer numbers at the moment because I'm I suspect people are starting to drop off, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay, we're in the 40s. This is you know, this is just doing the same thing. MIDI quantized, how to separate right hand from left hand in the piano for import into notation program. Oh, I know how to do that. No, I wouldn't have a clue. You're on your own. Right, now we're going to flip the board again. It's a little bit easier this way around, I have to say, because I've got more horizontal space on this desk than I have vertical space. And let's do more of this stuff. Yeah? Loving it. Loving every second. Lots of components in this area. So we should be able to get through this quite quickly, as long as the components I'm looking for are more or less in the same position. If they're all over the shop, it'll take me a little longer. And then I'll be cursing Bolle the whole time, going, "Curse you, Bolle, moving these things around." Okay, C59. Well, it's a good start. This one's in almost the same position. C61. C60. Oh, crikey. That one came off a little bit too easy. C62. There we are. Crikey. Is about a bit over halfway. Oh, yeah, I think I will actually get through this part of it a lot quicker than it's taking me to do the other stuff. So I'm feeling optimistic. Okay, C217. Uh, 174. Uh, 174. Uh, 173. Uh, 180. Oh, this is a 0 ohm resistor. So this is just a jumper. So I could just use a piece of wire for this one if I wanted. Uh, 180. 171. Oh, I didn't solder that one. We'll have to come back to that. Okay. R77. C65. Will it help? Will it help? Will everyone resist the temptation to call out bingo if I stop calling out the numbers? I watched someone remove SIM slots from board using heavy gauge copper wire wrapped around the pins and soldered all the pins to the copper wire, heated the wire, and the SIM fell out of the board. Yes, I've seen that method myself, and I would probably use that for something maybe with a little less pins than a RAM socket. I mean, it probably works, but I have seen that method demonstrated, and I thought that's a good one to have in the toolkit should it be needed. Good one to have in the little brain bank of trying that method. Okay. C164. As long as I don't keep getting distracted, I can actually get through this part pretty quickly. C67. C218. C218. C91. I'm dealing with a lot of these numbers upside down at the moment, so I just have to make sure I don't accidentally read them wrong because they're upside down. C89. R78. Yeah. Doing this, just getting through that, it's great. C68. C70. C69. Is that my watch telling me to stand up again? Yeah, it's my watch telling me to stand up again. Say, get up, you fat bastard. It doesn't actually say that. That would be pretty offensive. C112. C114. C113. That will do, that will do, that will do. Okay, so we just did that little section there quite quickly. I really burned through that. That was great. Makes me feel good. Oh, sore bum, sore bum. I'm gonna stand up. Oh, ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Oh, ooh, ah, e. Oh, okay, feeling better. Okay, I'll just do this little pocket. Oh, jeez, my leg is still sore. It's actually my hip. It's giving me a bit of grief at the moment. R179. Oh, this is another 0 ohm resistor. can you still technically call it a resistor if it doesn't resist? These are the sorts of answers we need. How are the batteries on my mic going? Oh, am I going to fade out soon? They're probably flashing at me at this stage. They go at around about the 3-hour mark. We're getting there, aren't we? Yeah, it's flashing at me. LIK, hello there. So yeah, the microphone is flashing at me at the moment, telling me that the mic's... I mean, I've got the other one. I can always go grab it, but... I should have brought both of them down. I did think about doing that, but I didn't do it. I still haven't been able to finish the video I've been working on because of my stupid voice. My silly cold voice. 67. 68. C72. Swear words nearly happened. C71. Okay, I've got the my little volume thingy showing up at the moment. So if I see that suddenly stop, I'll know that I'm not making sound anymore. What I will probably do, given that this is going to probably be a multi-part video, I am going to obviously do the live streams. I may do some work not live, because I suspect there may end up being too much work. But I will, of course, reserve things like testing it out for the first time for live stream. But what I will also probably do, I am recording this live stream. I will probably do a summary when it's all done, as I did with the classic. So when I did the stream did not say part 1. Well, World War One didn't say World War One either. That was the war to end all wars. It didn't become World War One until we had a second one. So just saying. But yeah, sorry. I was saying that I will probably have a summary at the end. I'll probably cut together a summary of all the different bits, and this bit here will be in fast motion. It'll be going, and I'll say, and this took me a little over blah 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 time. But everyone had a great time and didn't feel like it was boring at all, did they? Okay, R79. C94. C92. R182. Oh, there it is. Should grab that way, actually. C93. R80. I think that's R80. It's hard to tell because the screen printing is so crap. But I guess we'll find out if I find another R80 on the board, won't we? Puff. Puff and a puff of smoke. Stay. R80. R183. Sometimes I just have trouble getting a decent grip on some of these components. C95. R81. Oh, other way around. And C96. Whoopsie doodle. I'm talking like Joe now. Okay. Okay, well that's that lot. I really do get through those little nests of them quite quickly. I'm only watching to get out of my long list of chores. Yes, I've got some chores to do today myself, actually. I've got to do the bathroom, the kitchen. They definitely need doing. I wouldn't mind vacuuming the living room floor. And I have to go out shopping as well. Now, I have promised my wife that I would go no later than 3. And that is an hour away. Now, I really do hope I get all these components in position before then. We'll just have to see how we go. She is actually waiting for me before we go to the shops. At our large shopping centre, there's a new patisserie opened there. So we want to go there and buy some treats. The I told my wife excuse. Yes, well, got to do the right thing. Now, admittedly, I did think I would be further through this. I have been really slacking it. The learning something new is learning how to change brake pads. Is that correct, Jay? It's a nice rewarding thing because it also means you're keeping money in your pocket rather than in a mechanic's. How bad were the brake pads? Were they very worn? C81, C80. C103. C102. C97. C99. This has definitely been the easiest part of the board, without a doubt. Because so many of these components are in the same place, or very near to. And I don't have to sit there hunting down these components. C202. C101. We got bingo again. Brake job can easily run 200 or more, so saving a good chunk doing it myself from now on. Yeah, and of course, I did actually have one time where the pads had run down so bad that actually damaged the disc. And we've got a place up the road that actually machines the discs, so I was able to just take the discs off, take it up there, they put them on the machine, they grind them down until they're smooth again. And that was so much cheaper than getting the process like that done by a mechanic. R82. There we are. C82. C83. C105. Oh. C84. One of the things you get working with these sorts of components, you tend to get it more with the smaller components than these bigger ones, is where the components do a tombstone on you. So instead of being flat down on the board, you get one side soldered and they stick upright. The really small ones that you have on more modern ones, they have a tendency to do that. That's a real pain when that happens. Vivor lathe in the garage. I think I've mentioned this before, but I live in an area where I'm actually very close to like an industrial district. So there's all residential here, and then there's a kind of a main road, I don't know, a couple of k's that way, and then you go over that main road, and on the other side it's sort of like all industrial stuff, and there are so many mechanics and sort of specialists and stuff, repair places there. It's very convenient to have nearby. R73. C106. C84. That's it. See, there you are. C108. C107. Okay, R76. R75. R74. R71. R69. Dudes. I gotta tell you, I really enjoyed being able to stretch my legs then. Whew. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. The number you have called is not connected. So anyhow, I'm back. But yeah, so basically what happens is my microphone gets just a little over 3 hours out of it. And then it dies. And I had actually meant to bring the spare one down here with me, but I forgetted. Alright, just going to do a little cluster of caps over here. Soldering iron went to sleep. This tip is starting to get a weird shape to it. I'm going to have to replace this soldering iron tip soon. They are a consumable item. They do wear out. You need to get new ones. I always keep a spare, so when it does die I can just swap over. Yes, Jack 68K, I would agree with that 100%. I think this is why a lot of us are in this hobby, and now that we're older, we can have some of the things we wanted but never had when we were younger. When I was young, I just always wanted a laptop. I had no justification for a laptop because they were way too expensive. I mean, there's no way I could have afforded a laptop. And I remember when I got hold of a G3 PowerBook. It was one of the G3s. It was a Pismo or a whatever that Lombard. I can't remember which one it was, but I got hold of one, and I just remember loving it. Just going, oh man, I got a laptop. But I could never have afforded one when they were new. Never. And if you have a look at the price of some of those laptops from when they were new, wow, expensive. Way more expensive than laptops today. These days I do actually use laptops for work. And I have four main laptops. Three or four? Four main laptops that I use. I have one which is a 15-inch 2012 quad-core i7 2.3 gigahertz. There's a 2.6 out there, but the 2.3 is still no slouch. I have Ventura running on that, and I use that quite a bit. Then I have a 2016 MacBook Pro. I don't know, it's the one that only has two USB-C ports on the side, and that's got a butterfly keyboard, which sucks, but it's got a lovely retina screen, so I love that. Then I've got a great big 17-inch, which is a dual-core i7, I think. And I love that because I just love the great big 17-inch screen. I just love them. And then the other one is my little MacBook Air. That's a 2015 MacBook Air 11-inch. I just love them because they're so freaking small. Stick them in the glove compartment of the car. Take them with me on holidays if I need to do some little emergency stuff. It's like having an iPad with a keyboard. Very, very handy to have. Now, R94. Is there any chance I can find that? R94, yari. Right, I think the next cluster I need to do is this one. Actually, we're getting really close to the end. This is very good. I'm very most pleased. Yes. Oh, the 2015 MacBook Air I have, by the way, is it's the custom to order one, which has 8 gigs of RAM rather than 4, and has a bigger SSD inside it. So that's quite a convenient little thing to have. I never used to like the MacBook Air, but then I got talked into it by Jay from the House of Moth. He just loves the MacBook Air so much. I think that passion sort of wore off on me a little. Used Pismo in 2005, ran Tiger like crap, but I loved it all the same. Yeah. Now I have so many laptops, it's ridiculous. I mean, I have laptops that I don't use. We've got laptops just here next to me. I've got a MacBook Air with a Japanese keyboard. How about that? I've got 3 17-inch MacBook Pros. I've probably got about 5 13-inch ones, I'd say something like that. MacBook should be banned. Dear, I knew Jay would like that one. Dear. I actually think, you know what, I think my first laptop might have actually been a 540C rather than the G3. I might have got the G3 a little bit later. I'm just thinking about it from historical. I shouldn't really be eating food because I haven't washed my hands, but I need some sustenance. So I'm going to grab some Arnott's Shapes barbecue. Bloody love these things. They look like this. They look like that. See? I'm going to mute for a sec. Problem with the 2011 though, Sam, is they have the defective GPU in them. They have a tendency to die. I'm not a big fan of the anti-glare screen. I know I'm in the minority here. Everyone raves about the anti-glare screen. I like it because it's a higher resolution, but I much prefer the shiny screens. GPU is long gone, yeah. Managed to get a couple of those, who won out, the new recipe or the original? Oh, original. The new recipe were bloody awful. I mean, Arnott's learned a big lesson that day, didn't they? They went and changed them. They changed one of the most popular. Who knows? It might have just been a marketing campaign to get people to buy more of them. But the people did not like the new recipe. They're very umami, those chips, those shapes chips. Lots and lots of flavour. Love them. If anyone ever comes here, I highly recommend. A few things I think you should try out. You should try, again, if you come here, you need to try out barbecue shapes. Pizza shapes are kind of cool as well, but I prefer the barbecue shapes. Got to try Tim Tams, of course, if you haven't already. There are a few other quite nice biscuits that company make. We call biscuits. I know they're called cookies in America. Another one is like, there's like a butterscotch, chocolate butterscotch, no, chocolate butternut. They're beautiful. But you should try out Twisties, both cheese and chicken. And should try out burger rings. Yeah. R85. And I'd highly recommend trying Cadbury's chocolate as well. I know that Cadbury's exists in other parts of the world, but in my opinion, the Cadbury's that's made here in Australia at the Australian Cadbury factory, it surpasses Cadbury in other parts of the world. I don't know why, I don't know what they're doing to it, but their chocolate is just bloody awesome. R84. Can we see what I'm working on? Yes, we can. Good. C115, C116. I've been doing some code work lately, dealing with LDAP. I don't know if anyone knows LDAP. And I'm also dealing with OAuth 2. And I tell you what, that has been a learning curve for me. I've never done anything with that stuff before. Oh, sorry, that's not true. I have done stuff with OAuth before, but that's with me accessing someone else's OAuth server. I have had to set up an OAuth server. The penny just finally dropped on Friday when I started figuring it all out. I'm like, now I get it. R87. There it is. Is it regular LDAP or Active Directory? It's Active Directory. R89. That Microsoft crap. But I'm figuring it out. I sure know a hell of a lot more about it now than I did before. It's one of those things that happens a lot if you... Whoa, crap. That one just went for a 6. Oh, there it is. Sorry, that is an Australian term. Went for a 6. What was I doing? Can't remember which one I was doing. I think it was R93. Yep. Pretty sure. Yeah, R93. It's got to be R93 because he's not on this board. And he's... Oh, not on this board. Yeah, going for a 6 is a cricketing term here in Australia. It's where someone hits the ball outside of the circle that they're playing the cricket in. That's getting a 6, and you get 6 runs for doing that without having to run. I am a very avid cricket watcher and follower. Though at the moment, because it's not in season here, I have to watch cricket. It's in other countries, and it's typically not when I'm awake, so I have to sort of watch them on the replay. I watched New Zealand versus Pakistan the other day. That was a good fun game. It literally came down to Pakistan needed to get 6 off the last ball to win it, and they didn't manage it, unfortunately. Only got 1 run off the last ball, and so it was a victory to New Zealand. But oh wow, geez, I tell you what, Pakistan take their cricket seriously. You should have seen all the people in tears in the crowd. You LDAP. Cadbury equals Tasmania's finest cows. Cadbury UK could be a cow, could be a goat, could be a horse. Okay, fair enough. Cadbury is different in Canada to... Oh, I see. Different in Canada too. Yeah, cool. Do they still make burger rings? Yes. Yes. Yes, they do. And sometimes they make tubes as well, but geez, they're salty. Snickers, love a Snickers bar. I'm not as big a fan when you put... I love nuts, but when you put nuts with sweet stuff, I'm often like, my mouth is just confused by it. I'm like, I can just consider nuts so savoury, with the exception of peanut butter and honey. I love peanut butter and honey. The Cadbury in the US is apparently considered inferior to UK Cadbury. Yeah, I actually sent a Cadbury chocolate bar to Dan from Canadian Computer Collector, and he said, "Oh, we have those here." And I should have actually put a little note on there saying, "I want you to compare this to the one you have there and tell me if it's any better." But anyhow, that's no matter. He loved the Vegemite. He really enjoyed it. I gave him some Vegemite, and he really liked the Vegemite. I don't know if anyone here has seen that video of Dan from the Canadian Computer Collector eating the Vegemite with his brother Stace. But I could tell by the look in his eyes that that Dan really liked the Vegemite. The fact that he dashed off to the kitchen to spit it out into the garbage bin. Okay, what have we got? C123, yep. Why do non-Australians hate Vegemite? Well, you've got to... I guess it's a test you just have to kind of grow up with. Oh, Joseph Phyllis, that's an interesting one. I would be interested to know if that was the case. If it was basically just the Cadbury name with Hershey's chocolate in it. Because I've tried Hershey's chocolate before, and that's some of the most disgusting stuff I've ever had. I felt like I was eating a candle. I'm going to say something here as an Australian, which will probably get me banned from Australia. But in New Zealand, they actually use, instead of Vegemite, they have stuff called Marmite. And I actually really like Marmite. I will sometimes reach for the Marmite before I reach for the Vegemite. R95, R96. R97. Okay, C124. That's 142. Let's not get those mixed up. C124, there we are. Make those sorts of mistakes when you're reading things upside down. C125. What about peanut butter cups? Do you hate or like them? Take them or leave them, to be honest. I have had them before. I don't dislike them, but it's not something I would generally reach for. It is a lot of R's and C's to do by hand, I tell you that, Paul. I mean, Panopolis, but, you know, there you go. I do like Cadbury caramel eggs. Never was interested in the standard cream eggs, though. I love Cadbury cream eggs. My wife can't stand them. She's just like, yeah, they're just sweet on sweet on sweet on sweet. It's just too much. But I've just got the biggest sweet tooth. I do my bit. I'm glad diabetes doesn't run in my family. Oops. I just brought a wire with me. A way wire. That'll be from working on that SC30 I was working on the other day. R128. What is it? No. R128, R128. Can't find R128. What about? R128. Haven't had this problem in this section of the board. Generally everything I've wanted has just been close. So one of the ones we had left over on the bottom here, maybe? I did have a couple left over here. We had R136, R137, C191, R116. No, I mean we're really getting to the point where it is getting easy because there are so few components on here now. But we need R128. This would be easier to do if it was around the right way. Skimming for components is a lot harder to do when it's upside down. I mean, look at this. Look, all this done. All of it. It's amazing. I've got to move into this middle section now, which is going to be a little bit challenging because I'm not sure where to put the board. Kraft Foods owns Cadbury. So we actually had a cheese out here, and it was owned. It used to be owned by. It used to be Australian owned, but then when it was Kraft, so it's overseas and everything, and it's called Coon Cheese, COON, and it was named after a person whose surname is Coon, who was a cheesemaker, and it was decided that it was a bit too offensive to have a cheese called Coon, that it was seen as potentially a race issue, and so they changed it and they now call it Cheer cheese. I'd be very interested to know if they've had a drop in sales since renaming it. I don't actually buy their stuff because they're internationally owned. I buy cheese from an Australian-owned company, but I would be interested to know if their changing of the name of the product had an impact on the sales. Okay, so we've got this section here now. I've got to try and position this so that I can get components of it. R99. C126, there's a C126. I've got no idea how I'm going to do this. I might have to move it further that way, and then I'll move the camera that way. That works, that works. Okay, well that explains it. I see R128. Come on, Roger, where is it? I can't see it. Never mind. It'll turn up. It'll be the ones that's left over on the end. So, C136, let's do that. Let's see that nice and easily. C136. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a problem. I'm going to have to prop something over under here. And prop it up. Probably better to prop it up from the other side, actually. Oh. Try that. C136. C135. R100. It's a little bit precarious here. R99. Got these two little floating around here at the moment. I've got R98 and R99. Here's R99. We'll find you a home. R98 and 99 are right next to each other on this board, but they're definitely not on this one. C138. C138. Yeah, R89, 90, 92, 93. You're not looking on this one, are you? It's on the green board that I'm trying to find it. C126. We are really getting close here, folks. So, you know, for these people who have actually stuck around for the whole thing, congratulations. You've done well. You've earned a drink. Or a cookie or whatever. A cheeseburger. Go and get yourself a cheeseburger. R103. Oh, got it wrong. 103, C139. C140. R104. Whipple wobble. Reloaded board was modified after the original purpose. All values should be identical, just locations may differ. That is correct. I will have to say so a few times. So... Yes, no, the numbers are the same. That is one advantage, but he's even done, what he's done is that some components that were on the other side of the board have now been relocated on the underside. So that had me for a while there. And that might be where this R128 is. There's one, I've got one here, it's R128, I haven't been able to find it. He may well be on the other side of the board. Good. C137. C149. R115. This is getting increasingly difficult to get these components. I might have to put them on my lap or something like that. R109. There we go, R109. Stop being a thing. Or sort of in the middle in the same cluster as R129 and 130. Sort of in the middle. Oh, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I mean, there are so few components on this board now. I mean, the ones that haven't found a home will find their home very soon. I promise you. Because there's just a few left here. They're all the ones in the middle, though, so they're the ones that are really hard for me to have two boards on the table at the same time. Just gonna do those. Oh dear, I think we might actually get there by 3. At the rate we're moving at the moment. 115. Ron. Hello, Ron. So the 2FX is a 4-layer board. Well, this one is. This one is. The original was a 6-layer, but this one is a 4-layer. And thank you very much for the super chat, Ron. I do appreciate that. And thank you for joining. It's to the, if the RAM slots are on the left, it's to the right of the RAM slots under a square chip. Oh man. Okay, cool. All good. There it is, look at it. I see it. It has no place being there, no place. Thank you for that. Oh crap. Doing this with this on my lap is not ideal. There we go, 128's there. There's a happy little capacitor, I mean resistor. C150. Oh, there's toilet here. Where's toilet? Oh, hello, toilet. Only thing that needs 4 layers in this world is lasagna. I would agree with that. Mind you, I do sometimes do 5. 31. 31. 31. R31. This is R51. Okay. We'll come back to R31. What about R110? How do we feel about R110? Nope. C151. This part is remarkably tricky because of just the size of this board. I wonder, it might work better if I were to pull this board as close to me as I can and then put this one up here. It's a little bit out of my vision, but I think it's still better than having it on my lap. There we go. I'm just going to put solder on these. We're getting to the stage where I may as well just have solder on all of them. Barbecue sauce and lasagna. So this is something that I did mention once before. So when I am reheating old lasagna that I've made, so if I've made a great big batch of lasagna and then I chop it all up and freeze bits of it, when I go and reheat it, I will generally put barbecue sauce on the reheated stuff. The Eater barbecue sauce, if you haven't tried or don't have Eater barbecue sauce, then you can't really judge, because you have to know what that barbecue sauce tastes like to have any idea of what I make taste like. But when I make the lasagna fresh, I don't put any barbecue sauce on it then, only when I'm reheating it. And of course, if I make the lasagna, I can eat it however I like. Looking for R101. There's 100. 105. 106. Okay, we'll come back to that. C157. Oh man, just gonna stand up for a second. My leg is so sore. 106. R105. Crap. Well, I found an R101. No, but we couldn't find that on here, could we? Okay, so R105. 102, 106, 107. Doing this to me. I mean, I'm sure there's logic for why these things have all moved around, but this is definitely getting to be a bit difficult. R98. Only missing from here. R44 and 45, 42, 44, 44, 44, 44. R41, yep. R124. Come on, let's go the low picking fruit. Let's get the easy ones. C152. I must get this finished. It's driving me mad. C153. R117. R118. R178. R118. Okay. R111. Bet you didn't think you were going to be looking at my head from the back. What did I take? R111. R112. These are all the same size, so it wouldn't really matter if I got these jumbled up. 178. Are you here? 178. C154. I'm blocking it, aren't I? I'm sticking my great big fat head in the way. Chookcam hasn't been streaming in a while. Yes, no, this is true, but you can have a quick look. Let's go say hello to the chooks. Hello, chickens. Oh, it's pigeons mainly at the moment, isn't it? Sorry. There's chickens there. You can see one. And the rest are just... Oh, no, you can see two now. And the rest are just pigeons. So, sorry. Sorry. C161, I think I saw that. Yep. R121. Are you here? Yes. R124. He's miles away. R124. Where are we? Here, R124. R124 is going to be off camera, so sorry about that. I'm going to do him anyway. Sprinting to the finish line. R119. Oh, I spun over. Do I care? Do I care if he's upside down? I do, I'm afraid. I care too much. Oh! I shouldn't have cared, should I? He's gone for a run. There we go. What was he again? Well, I can't remember which one I was doing. I think it was R119, yeah. Okay. R119, we've got a C162 here. Yes, we do. R116. R108. Where are you, R108? R107. I'm going to have to go for a bit of a hunt here. R110. We'll come back to him. We'll do R110 because I can see that one. Where's R110 here? Right. 105, 106, C147. Let's do him. I know he's here. I saw a couple over here that need homes. There we go. C191, C192, C193. I think we're starting to get to a point where some of these are, excuse me, on the other side of the board. So R31. What am I missing from over here? So I'm missing an R105. I feel like that should be here somewhere. Oh yeah, look at all these ones on this side as well. Ah, yeah, R105's on this side of the board. R108. There are a lot of passives on this side. Not used to seeing that. I haven't checked the chat in ages. Just turned 3 p.m. The missus will be waiting. Is it fixed yet? Hello, Dana. Where have you been? I find it just offensive that you haven't been here the whole time, watching me stick every single component onto the board here. That's But look, we've really nearly done one side. The confusion has basically come about because some of the components in the redesign of this board have ended up, they were on the top and have now been relocated to the bottom. So, like this one here, R113. So that just added a little bit of complication to things, because I'm sitting here going, well, hunting around in the board trying to find a component, and I'm looking on the wrong side. But we are very, very close to completion of this side. There's R40, so there's a bunch here that it's R41. There's R169, dudes. I've got to get this C9, 191, 192, 193. Are there any more spots here for capacitors? Because I don't think there are. He must have relocated them to the other side. Okay, so we're just now finding the ones that were missing, and I'm basically just locating them on the other side of the board. So let's go R41. That's down over here somewhere. I saw a little cluster of R40 things. There's R41. R169. Let's see if we can find that one. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. R51. R137. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot still here. And we don't have gaps for them on the bottom, so they are obviously going to be on the other side. I've got maybe 6 or so components still on this side of the board, which they just don't have homes for on that side. Okay, so 169 is probably going to be, there's 168 and 167 are there, so there's 169 around here somewhere. There's 169. Found him. This is definitely an added complication. This was not a complication I had to deal with when I did the classic reloaded board. But the big difference, of course, is the classic reloaded board was just a straight copy. Whereas this one is a sort of a re-engineering of what was there. To bring it down to 4 layers, to make it cheaper to produce. 169. 169. There it is, R169. Okay, now let's get the old, I've got these two here, R42 and R45, oh, and R44. So 42, 44, 45. Are they all the same? Because that'll make life easier. We'll see them down here. 42, 44, 45, 42, 44, 45, 42, 44, 45. 42, 45, 42, 44, 45. Yep, they're all 332s, so I can just lift them all off. Nice view. What do we see? My back of my head or something? Sorry folks, it is getting a little bit tricky with this board flipping over from one side to the other. Makes it very, very difficult for me to kind of give you guys a perpetually good view. You get to see my fat head. So let's try and... We're going here, 42, 44, 45. See if we can get that in focus. There we go. Alright, so that's those. I think we've maybe only got one or two left, so I'm just going to have a quick scan around the board, but I think that might even be it. I'll just check now. And I know that I still have some on the other board that I wasn't able to find spots for, but I'm fairly certain those spots are now on the other side of the new board, so that's where they'll have to go. Looking. Look with... Oh, R31. There's one left, R31, right there. So I just got to grab him. I'm pretty sure he's on the other side too. 34. Duty. Was 108 one of the ones I was missing as well? I've just got it in my head that 108 was one that I couldn't find, because I just saw 108 on the other side of the board. Ah, there he is. Ah, there he is. Right there. R108. So yes, I answered my question. R108. Now I just have to find him again. There he is. At this stage, I'm afraid the production quality is all going down the gurgler, because I am just trying to race to the line with this one, because I've just been going for so long. R108 and R31, and I think that will be it. R31, 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 I found you, looking for you all my life, and now I found you. Right, now I'm going to have a quick look at this board at an angle, because that will make it easier for me to see Oh, geez, that one's soldered on like crap. What were you doing there, Rain? Okay. I'm looking at an angle like it'll enable me to see any of the blobs that don't have a component on them. And I think we're pretty good. This one's at a bit of an angle. I was looking at this one here. All right. Okie dokie. There it is. There it is, one side of the board fully populated with all the passives, or all of the birdseed as they sometimes refer to it. So that's all. They're all capacitors and resistors. I didn't see any inductors there at all. The inductors must all be on the other side. They're the ones that are labelled with an L for lukewarm. And I'm just checking now to make sure that I haven't left any empty, and I don't think I have. But I do have on the board, there are still a few capacitors that I haven't found homes for yet. And they are obviously on the other side. So I will probably relocate this first. Here I've got C191, C192, C193. So they're obviously on the other side. And I think I found another one here that I didn't. Oh, that's right. R98. Didn't find a home for that. And R10. R110 didn't find a home for that. So got, R51 as well. R51 didn't find a home on the bottom. So that will be stuff we will resolve when we start work on the other side. So I'll probably do all of the passives on the other side first. That'll be a lot quicker because there are a lot of them, but there are nowhere near as many as on this side. You've got this there, and there. And then we can start work on the more interesting stuff. I'll probably then do all of the surface mount components, and then I'll probably do all of the through hole. But that is a good start to the project. Looking good. I'll take a photo of this. I didn't bring my phone down with me. What an idiot. I'll take a photo of this, so that I can post it onto the socials and say, this is me partway through. Okay, well, I have been streaming now for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Crikey. So, I want to say thank you to everyone. I'm just going to check here. Time for first boot. I don't even have something to plug power into it yet. There are many Rossmans of flux on that board. There are indeed. So, I'm just going to check here. Waiting for approval by admin on Tinker Different. What are you waiting for approval of, Foxhound? Because I can do that, because I am an admin. Just checking. Dunny. That's what we call a toilet here. A dunny. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty much it. So let's do the normal thing here. I'm just going to go to that one there. Geez, I'm a bit bright, aren't I? What's going on? Why am I so bright? What's going on? Camera controller. That's probably why. His software's not up. Let's go here to that one. And we go here to C922. And we go here, apply. That's a bit better. See, I'm not as shiny anymore. Alrighty, so just going to say to everyone, as usual, thank you very much for joining me for this live stream. Thank you for persevering for such a long time. If you stayed here for the whole thing, you do deserve an award. It's over 4 hours. That's 4 hours. It's not 4 hours that I really had to spend on this today, but I did get what I wanted to get done, and so that's a good one. Everyone, thanks for keeping the chat lively. Thank you for the super chats that came in. you guys are absolute troopers. I do appreciate it. And we will get through this, another couple of live streams, I suppose. And then hopefully we'll be able to fire it up and we'll have a 2IIfx that works. Won't that be nice? How are we going viewer-wise? I just want to check. Oh, goodness me, there's still 50 people here. I feel terrible now. but alas, if you have a look at the time, it is 3:15 or 3:20. I still haven't had breakfast, so I'm getting a little bit on the hungry side now. So thank you to everyone again, and I do hope you'll join me for the next one. Look out for it on my channel. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe so you can get notifications and all that sort of things and such. So thanks again. Hope to see you at the next one, and bye now.